Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I never intended our anniversary camping trip to become the nightmare that still haunts my dreams 12 years later. It was supposed to be simple, a romantic getaway under the stars, just the two of us escaping the suffocating routine of our daily lives. My buddy Trevor had recently inherited several hundred acres of farmland near Risaka, and he'd given us permission to use it whenever we wanted. The property seemed perfect. Quiet, private, secluded, far enough off the grid to truly disconnect from the world that constantly demanded our attention, but still close enough to civilization if we needed anything. At least, that's what we foolishly assumed. It was August 2016, deep summer in northwest Georgia, where afternoons pressed down like a wet blanket and evenings offered only the slightest relief from the oppressive heat. I loaded my Ford F-250 diesel with firewood, camping gear, and a heavy tarp big enough to cover the truck bed, creating a makeshift shelter. My girlfriend, now my wife, though she refuses to camp anymore, tossed snacks, blankets, and a small cooler into the back seat. The irony wasn't lost on us as we packed, joking about roughing it for one night while secretly wishing for air conditioning and Wi-Fi. We left home in the late afternoon, driving leisurely along empty back roads through rolling countryside that looked like something from a postcard. The late-day sun painted the fields in brilliant gold, and the horizon occasionally flickered with distant heat lightning that seemed harmless, almost beautiful. Nothing unusual for August in Georgia. Neither of us had reliable cell service out here, but that was part of the romantic appeal. No distractions, no outside world, just us and the peaceful silence of the countryside. The plan was perfect. Too perfect. Turning off onto Trevor's land, we followed a winding dirt track that stretched nearly a mile into the property, leaving the main road far behind us until it disappeared entirely from view. The further we drove, the more isolated we became, swallowed by towering pine trees that blocked out most of the remaining daylight. Eventually, the trees opened into a massive harvested cornfield that stretched endlessly toward a distant tree line. Beyond that natural barrier, I knew, was the Oostanala River, normally slow and quiet this time of year, barely more than a lazy creek. We chose our campsite carefully, about 100 yards from the riverbank on what appeared to be the highest ground available. The soil felt firm but dusty beneath the truck's tires, and I made a mental note that if rain did come, the ground might turn muddy quickly. But looking at the clear sky above us, cloudless and vast, rain seemed like the furthest thing from possibility. The air felt strangely heavy, motionless, as if the entire world was holding its breath in anticipation. I backed the truck into position with practiced precision and began setting up our temporary home, stretching the tarp over the bed and tying it down with military-tight knots. The tarp formed a cozy canopy above the air mattress, giving us privacy and shelter while still allowing us to see the emerging stars. Nearby, I stacked our firewood into a neat pile and got a crackling fire started, the flames dancing cheerfully as darkness slowly claimed the landscape. The isolation felt intoxicating rather than threatening. We were completely alone, miles from anyone who might hear us scream. Dinner was thick ribeye steaks cooked in my cast-iron skillet over the open flame, the rich scent of smoke and searing meat mingling with the symphony of cicadas humming in the distant trees. We ate sitting side by side on the tailgate, talking quietly about our future, watching the mesmerizing heat lightning dance on the far horizon like nature's own light show. It felt like we had been granted dominion over the entire world, and the profound peace of it all made the stress and anxiety of everyday life seem like distant memories. The temperature had dropped to a comfortable level as midnight approached, and with the glowing embers dying down to a soft orange glow, we crawled under the tarp and collapsed onto the air mattress. The sounds of the night wrapped around us like a blanket, the gentle rustle of the tarp overhead, the distant hoot of an owl, the barely audible whisper of the lazy river flowing past. My eyes grew heavy, lulled by the rhythmic rustling and her soft breathing beside me. She curled up against my chest, her body warm and relaxed, breathing softly as sleep claimed her almost immediately. I remember thinking, just before consciousness slipped away, that this was what happiness felt like. Pure, simple, perfect happiness. I should have known that perfect moments like these always come with a price. But in that moment, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of the Georgia wilderness, I felt safer than I had in years. The darkness seemed protective rather than threatening, wrapping around us like a cocoon. I had no way of knowing that the same darkness was concealing the approach of something that would change everything. I don't know how long I slept before a low, ominous rumble of thunder jerked me from unconsciousness like a physical blow. My eyes snapped open, instantly alert, every nerve suddenly firing with inexplicable dread. Beside me, she didn't stir, her breathing still deep and regular. Outside our makeshift shelter, the flashes of lightning were brighter now, more frequent, and I felt a subtle but persistent breeze begin to ripple the tarp above us with increasing intensity. Reaching for my phone with trembling fingers, I desperately checked for a weather update, but the screen showed nothing but no signal. A stark reminder of just how isolated we truly were. The rumbling grew louder and closer with each passing second, no longer distant and harmless, but immediate and threatening. My gut twisted with a growing sense of impending doom, an animal instinct that something was terribly wrong. Just as I decided to wake her, the first heavy drop of rain struck the tarp with the sharp crack of a whip, followed by another, then another. Each impact sounded like a warning shot fired from the sky above. My pulse quickened to a frantic rhythm that seemed to echo in my ears. The change in atmospheric pressure was so sudden and dramatic that my ears actually popped. "Hey," I whispered urgently, nudging her shoulder with more force than I intended. "We might have to move. Right now." She groaned softly, still half-trapped in peaceful sleep, completely unaware that our perfect night was about to become a fight for survival. "What? Why?" she mumbled, confusion evident in her drowsy voice. The answer came before I could speak another word, delivered with terrifying violence. A violent gust of wind slammed into our shelter, with the force of a freight train, shaking the tarp so fiercely that I thought it might tear apart completely. Within seconds, sheets of rain began pouring sideways, driven by winds that seemed to come from every direction at once. The rain wasn't falling. It was being hurled at us with malicious intent, finding every tiny gap in our defenses and exploiting it mercilessly. Water immediately began dripping through the fabric in multiple places, soaking us both within moments. The temperature dropped at least 20 degrees in the span of a minute, and the cold rain felt like ice against our skin. My teeth began chattering involuntarily, and I could feel her body shivering violently beside me. "Wake up! Get dressed, we have to go now!" I shouted over the deafening roar, adrenaline flooding my system like liquid fire. Jumping from the mattress, I pulled my boots on with desperate speed, feeling the entire truck bed trembling beneath me from the wind's relentless assault. My girlfriend was scrambling to her feet now, the confusion in her eyes replaced by raw, primal terror as she fully comprehended our situation. The storm had transformed from distant murmurs to a raging, violent assault on our senses, without any warning whatsoever. It was as if nature itself had turned against us, determined to crush us without mercy. As I leaped down from the truck into what had become a quagmire of thick, sucking mud, lightning illuminated the field in stark, terrifying flashes that revealed just how completely isolated and vulnerable we really were. The ground that had been firm and dry just hours before was already slick and treacherous underfoot, each step threatening to send me sprawling face first into the muck. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst, and terror flooded every cell of my body. The rain attacked us like a living thing, relentless and vicious, each drop feeling like a frozen needle driven deep into exposed skin. The world collapsed around us into an impenetrable wall of darkness, broken only by the harsh, strobing glare of lightning that turned everything into a nightmare landscape of shadows and blinding light. My heart pounded with such violence that the sound echoed in my ears louder than the screaming wind. "We have to move fast," I screamed, struggling desperately to be heard over the howling storm that seemed determined to drown out all human communication. "Get the straps. We need to take the tarp down before it destroys the truck." She nodded with grim determination, her soaked hair plastered flat against her skull, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and desperate resolve that I'd never seen before. We fumbled frantically with the drenched nylon straps, our fingers already numb from the cold rain and shaking uncontrollably from fear and adrenaline. Each second that passed felt like an hour, and I could sense something catastrophic approaching. When the tarp finally came loose, the wind seized it immediately like a predator claiming its prey, ripping it violently from our hands and sending it tumbling across the muddy field like a massive, dark ghost. There was no hope of retrieving it. "Forget it!" I yelled, turning toward the smoldering remains of our campfire. The flames that had provided such comfort hours earlier were now completely extinguished, reduced to hissing, steaming embers submerged beneath rapidly pooling water. I sprinted toward the driver's side door, my boots sinking deeper into the thick, grasping mud with every step. Each footfall required tremendous effort to extract my boot from the sucking earth. Climbing into the cab, I slipped multiple times on the muddy running board, my hands too numb and wet to maintain a proper grip. She scrambled into the passenger seat and slammed the door behind her with such force that the entire truck shook. Our panicked breathing immediately fogged all the windows, cutting off our view of the nightmare outside and trapping us in our own private hell. My hands shook violently as I turned the key, and when the diesel engine rumbled to life, the sound was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. It represented hope, escape, survival. "Hold on tight," I warned through gritted teeth, flipping the four-wheel drive switch to high and mentally preparing for what might be our only chance. The truck lurched forward as I pressed down hard on the accelerator, tires spinning wildly, throwing up sheets of muddy water that completely obscured the windshield. For one brief, hopeful moment, we surged forward through the muck. But then I felt the sickening sensation of the heavy truck bogging down again, the tires spinning uselessly as we sank deeper into the earth with each desperate attempt to move forward. The engine roared in protest, but we were going nowhere. My stomach clenched with pure terror as the horrible realization hit me. We're stuck. Completely stuck. The words came out as barely a whisper, but she heard them over the storm. "We need traction under the tires. The firewood. We have to get it under the wheels or we're going to die out here." Without another word, we leaped from the relative safety of the cab back into the apocalyptic conditions outside, stepping immediately into water that had risen to ankle depth in just the few minutes we'd been in the truck. The reality of how quickly everything was deteriorating hit me like a physical blow. Each step through the mud required enormous effort, as if the earth itself was determined to trap us there forever. We carried armloads of firewood through the driving rain, stumbling and sliding with increasing desperation as the water continued rising around us. My flashlight swept toward the riverbank, and what I saw there made my blood freeze in my veins. The Oostenala, which had been a gentle, meandering stream just hours earlier, was now a black torrent of destruction, rushing violently across its banks, spreading rapidly toward us like a living creature hungry for victims. Our campsite, our truck, our only means of escape, was rapidly becoming part of the river system. The realization that we were about to be swept away by thousands of gallons of rushing water filled me with a terror so complete that for a moment I couldn't move or breathe. "The water's coming up fast!" I shouted, my voice cracking with panic. "We have maybe one chance to get out of here, and then we abandon the truck and run for higher ground." She stared at me in disbelief, her breathing rapid and shallow, eyes filled with the same paralyzing fear that gripped me. But then something stronger took hold of her. Pure determination to survive. She nodded fiercely, and we placed pieces of firewood under each tire as rapidly as our numb, trembling hands could move. My lungs burned from the physical exertion and the cold air, and the thick Georgia mud clung to our clothes like cement, making every movement a monumental struggle. "Get ready," I screamed over the howling wind. As soon as I hit the gas, keep throwing more wood under the tires. Back in the cab, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel, I slammed my foot down on the accelerator. The engine roared with mechanical fury, tires grinding desperately against the wet firewood beneath them. At first, there was nothing but the frustrating, terrifying sound of rubber spinning uselessly against wet bark. "Throw more!" I screamed out the open window, rainwater pouring into the cab and soaking the seats. She hurled smaller chunks of wood desperately beneath the spinning wheels, her movements becoming increasingly frantic as she realized this was our final chance. Suddenly, miraculously, the truck jolted forward slightly. The tires had found just enough grip to gain a few precious inches. Encouraged, but still terrified, I floored the accelerator again, pouring every ounce of the diesel's power into the wheels. Slowly, inch by agonizing inch, the tires clawed through the mud and wood debris. The truck fought its way forward like a wounded animal desperate to escape a predator. "Keep going, don't stop!" I yelled again, panic making my voice almost unrecognizable. With one final violent surge that felt like the truck was tearing itself apart, we broke free from the sucking mud and lurched forward onto slightly firmer ground. My entire body shook with exhaustion and relief as we crawled slowly toward the dirt track that represented our path to safety. Behind us, the field where we had planned to spend a romantic night under the stars was disappearing rapidly beneath the rising black water. As we reached the narrow dirt track, a wave of relief so powerful it was almost euphoric washed over me. I glanced over at her, soaking wet, covered head to toe in mud, breathing heavily, but alive. We were both alive. The main road lay just ahead, promising safety and survival. I didn't dare look back at the campsite that was now completely submerged beneath the raging river. All that mattered was escaping the horror that had nearly claimed both our lives. Neither of us spoke during the drive to safety. There was nothing to say that could adequately capture what we had just survived. My grip remained death-tight on the steering wheel, knuckles white beneath the coating of mud that covered my hands. The storm continued to rage around us, but it seemed distant now, muted by shock, exhaustion, and the overwhelming gratitude of still being alive. We drove through the darkness toward the lights of civilization, leaving behind the muddy battlefield, the rising water, and the night that had nearly become our last. Even now, over a decade later, I wake up some nights in a cold sweat, reliving those terrifying hours when nature showed us just how quickly paradise can become hell and how thin the line really is between life and death. God was watching over us that night. Without divine intervention, we never would have made it out alive. Of all the traditions my father and I shared, our annual fishing expedition remained the most sacred. After my mother's death 3 years prior, these trips became our lifeline. A wordless pact that for 1 week each year we would abandon the suffocating familiarity of suburban life and simply exist. Typically this meant loading our battered Ford pickup and driving down to the crowded banks of the Russian River, competing with dozens of other weekend warriors for prime fishing spots. But for my 17th birthday, marking what felt like my final summer before the crushing weight of senior year descended, my father had arranged something extraordinary. A fly-in cabin on the remote upper reaches of the Kenai River. No roads. No neighbors. No cellular towers piercing the horizon. Just us. A weathered log structure, and one of Alaska's most legendary salmon runs. The flight aboard the vintage de Havilland Beaver proved nothing short of spectacular. I pressed my face against the scratched plexiglass window, watching the endless expanse of the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge unfold beneath us like a living map. The wilderness stretched in every direction, an unbroken carpet of deep green spruce punctuated by countless lakes that gleamed like scattered coins. The river itself carved through this primordial landscape like a surgeon's incision, its waters an impossible shade of turquoise that seemed almost artificial in its intensity. Our pilot, a grizzled veteran whose weathered hands moved over the controls with practiced ease, brought us down onto the water's surface with the delicate touch of a master craftsman. The floats kissed the river with barely a whisper, and suddenly we were gliding toward our destination. The cabin materialized from the tree line like something from another century. Constructed entirely of massive, dark logs chinked with white mortar, it squatted on heavy timber stilts that elevated it just feet above the rushing water. A covered porch wrapped around three sides, its rough-hewn railings already darkened by years of weather and neglect. Smoke curled lazily from a stone chimney that looked substantial enough to withstand decades of brutal Alaskan winters. As we unloaded our gear onto the small floating dock, the pilot's demeanor shifted subtly. "Radio's inside if you need anything," he said, his voice carrying an undertone I couldn't quite identify. "Weather's supposed to hold for the week, but up here, things can change fast." He paused, studying the wall of dark spruce that pressed close to the cabin's perimeter. "Keep an eye on the fog. River gets cold at night, and when that mist rolls in heavy, it can play tricks on a man's mind." With that cryptic warning, he fired up the Beaver's engine and taxied back toward the center of the river. Within minutes, the aircraft had lifted off and disappeared beyond the mountains, its engine drone fading until only the constant murmur of flowing water remained. We stood on the dock in absolute silence, suddenly aware of just how isolated we truly were. The air itself felt different here, thicker, charged with the clean scent of spruce resin and the mineral smell of snowmelt. Every breath seemed to carry the weight of untouched wilderness, of places where human footprints remained rare and temporary. The river's voice dominated everything else. A deep, persistent rumble that spoke of immense volumes of water carving their ancient path toward the sea. Inside, the cabin revealed itself to be Spartanly functional but well-maintained. A single large room housed everything. 2 narrow bunk beds with military-precise wool blankets, a massive cast-iron wood stove that would serve for both heating and cooking, and a small table crafted from what appeared to be a single slab of spruce. Kerosene lanterns hung from pegs driven into the log walls, their glass chimneys blackened by years of use. A hand-pumped well provided water, while an outhouse 50 yards into the trees served other necessities. "This is perfect," my father said, and I could hear genuine satisfaction in his voice. He moved through the space with the economic precision that marked everything he did, a legacy of his 2 decades in the military that had never fully left him. No distractions, no excuses, just us and the fish. That first evening, as we organized our tackle and prepared for the week ahead, I felt a contentment settle into my bones that I hadn't experienced in months. The pressures of high school, college applications, and an uncertain future seemed impossibly distant. Here, surrounded by wilderness that had remained essentially unchanged for millennia, such concerns felt trivial and manufactured. As darkness approached, we lit the kerosene lanterns and fired up the wood stove. The cabin filled with warm, dancing light that pushed back against the gathering night outside. Through the windows, I could see the first wisps of fog beginning to form above the river's surface. Delicate tendrils of white that seemed almost alive as they writhed and coalesced in the cooling air. "Gets pretty thick some nights," my father observed, following my gaze. "But that's what makes it feel like we're really away from everything." I nodded, watching the fog grow denser with each passing minute. What had started as scattered wisps was rapidly becoming a more substantial presence, creeping up from the water's surface and beginning to probe the edges of our small clearing. There was something mesmerizing about its movement, the way it seemed to reach and explore, testing the boundaries of land and water like a living organism. By the time we settled into our bunks, the fog had thickened into an impenetrable wall that pressed against the cabin windows like a living thing. The river's constant murmur became muffled and distant, as if the white shroud had swallowed not just the landscape but sound itself. I lay in the narrow bunk, listening to my father's steady breathing from across the room, and felt the profound isolation of our location settle over me like a heavy blanket. Sleep came gradually, aided by the wood stove's warmth and the honest exhaustion that followed a day of travel and anticipation. My last conscious thought was of tomorrow's fishing, of standing waist-deep in that incredible turquoise water and feeling the electric thrill of a salmon strike transmitted up through the rod into my hands. Dawn arrived with a crystal clarity that made the previous night's fog seem like nothing more than a half-remembered dream. I stepped onto the porch with my first cup of coffee and found myself looking out over a landscape so pristine it seemed carved from pure light. The river ran clear and strong, its turquoise waters catching the early sun and throwing it back in thousands of brilliant flashes. Across the water, the wall of spruce rose like a green cathedral, while beyond that, the snow-capped peaks of the Kenai Mountains pierced a sky so blue it almost hurt to look at directly. "This is what we came for," my father said, emerging from the cabin with his own steaming mug. His face wore an expression of deep satisfaction that I hadn't seen in months. The tension that seemed permanently etched around his eyes, a combination of work stress and the lingering grief over my mother's death, had already begun to soften. We spent the morning rigging our fly rods and studying the water. My father, whose patience had been forged through 20 years of military discipline, walked me through the subtle art of reading the river's currents. He pointed out the seams where fast water met slow, the undercut banks where salmon might rest, the deeper pools that promised to hold fish. "The sockeye run's just starting," he explained, his voice taking on the instructional tone I remembered from childhood fishing lessons. "They're staging in the deeper water, building up energy for the final push to their spawning grounds. That's where we want to focus." By noon, we were waist-deep in water so cold it made my bones ache despite the heavy neoprene waders. The current was a constant, powerful presence against my legs, a reminder that this river commanded respect. My father positioned himself upstream, demonstrating the precise cast and retrieve that would draw strikes from the migrating salmon. His first fish came with shocking violence. One moment his line was drifting peacefully through a promising seam. The next, his rod bent nearly double as something large and furious tried to tear it from his hands. The reel screamed as line peeled off, and I watched in amazement as a chrome-bright sockeye launched itself completely clear of the water 30 yards downstream. "That's how they fight," he called over the sound of rushing water, his voice tight with concentration as he worked the fish back toward us. "Pure muscle and bad attitude." The salmon's battle was magnificent and doomed. It ran, it jumped, it dove for the rocky bottom, but my father's experience and equipment proved superior. When he finally brought the fish to hand, its sides gleamed like polished silver, with just the hint of the red coloration that would deepen as it moved closer to its spawning destiny. My own success came an hour later, a smaller but equally fierce female that nearly spooled my reel before I managed to turn her head upstream. The fight left my arms shaking and my heart hammering, but holding that perfect fish in my hands felt like touching something wild and eternal. We caught our limit by late afternoon. 6 pristine sockeye that would provide more than enough protein for the week ahead. As we cleaned our fish on the cabin's small porch, the satisfaction of a successful day settled over us like a warm blanket. These weren't hatchery fish raised in concrete runs. These were wild salmon that had survived everything the ocean could throw at them, only to return to these exact waters where they had been born years before. "Tomorrow we'll try for some of the big kings," my father said as he filleted the last fish with practiced strokes of his razor-sharp knife. "I heard there are some 40-pound monsters in the deeper holes." That evening's dinner was transcendent. Fresh salmon steaks sizzled in the cast-iron skillet while potatoes roasted in the wood stove's heat. My father produced a small flask of whiskey from his pack and allowed me a careful sip. The burn of aged bourbon mixing with the taste of perfectly cooked fish and the profound contentment of a day well spent. As darkness approached, we sat on the porch watching the first tendrils of fog begin to form above the water's surface. What had seemed magical the previous night now felt routine, even comforting. This was simply what happened here when day gave way to night. The river's warm surface meeting the cooling air and producing this ethereal white shroud. "Hard to believe we have 5 more days of this," I said, leaning back in my chair and feeling more relaxed than I had in months. Better enjoy it, my father replied, though his tone carried a note of satisfaction. Real world's going to seem pretty ugly after a week of this. The fog thickened gradually, following the same pattern as the night before. First came the delicate wisps that danced above the water like spirits. Then the more substantial banks that began to obscure the far shore, and finally, the complete white wall that pressed against our small circle of warmth and light. As we prepared for bed, banking the fire and extinguishing all but one kerosene lantern, I felt the deep tiredness that comes from honest physical exertion and clean mountain air. My muscles ached pleasantly from hours of fighting fish and current, and the prospect of 5 more days like this one filled me with anticipation. The last thing I saw before sleep claimed me was the fog pressing against the cabin windows, transforming them into squares of opaque white that seemed almost solid in their intensity. The river's murmur faded to a distant whisper, and the absolute silence that followed felt like being wrapped in cotton. But somewhere in the depths of that silence, just as I crossed the threshold into sleep, I thought I heard something else. A faint, rhythmic sound that seemed to come from outside the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. So soft it might have been imagined. So regular it couldn't have been natural. I listened for a moment, but the sound didn't repeat, and exhaustion pulled me down into dreamless sleep. The second night began identically to the first. Another perfect day of fishing had left us exhausted and satisfied, our limit of sockeye cleaned and stored in the cabin's small icebox. The fog rolled in with the same ethereal beauty, transforming our solid world into something mysterious and otherworldly. But as I lay in my narrow bunk, listening to the muffled sounds of the river through the white shroud outside, that faint tapping returned. Tap, tap, tap. This time there was no mistaking it for the edge of sleep playing tricks on my mind. The sound was distinct, deliberate, and coming from somewhere just outside the cabin wall. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear over the whisper of my own breathing and the distant murmur of the river. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was too regular to be a branch moved by wind. Besides, the air outside was completely still, as it had been both previous nights when the fog descended. This was something else, something that spoke of intention and purpose. My first thought was another camper, perhaps someone who had hiked in and was seeking shelter. But the nearest trail was 15 miles away, and no one in their right mind would attempt that journey in fog this thick. I sat up carefully, trying not to make the bunk's ancient springs creak. Across the room I could see my father's outline in the dim glow from the banked wood stove. He was awake too, his head cocked at an angle that spoke of intense listening. Our eyes met across the small space, and I saw my own concern reflected in his expression. The tapping continued, moving along the wall toward the front of the cabin. Each sound was crisp and clear despite the fog's muffling effect. The unmistakable noise of something hard striking the thick log walls. As it reached the corner and turned toward the door, my father slipped silently from his bunk. His movements carried the fluid economy of his military training, no wasted motion or unnecessary sound. He reached the door and placed his ear against the heavy wood, listening intently. The tapping stopped immediately. For perhaps 30 seconds, silence ruled. Not even the river's constant murmur seemed to penetrate the white wall outside. Then, with shocking suddenness, 3 sharp raps struck the door itself, so loud and forceful that the entire cabin seemed to shudder. My father jerked back as if the wood had burned him, his face pale in the stove's dying light. He raised his hand, signaling for absolute silence, and moved to the window beside the door. But the fog outside was so thick that the glass might as well have been painted white. There was nothing to see, no shadow or movement that might explain the sounds. For the next hour, we waited in tense silence. The tapping came irregularly now, sometimes against the walls, sometimes seeming to originate from the roof, occasionally returning to the door with those same forceful raps that made the heavy timber frame vibrate. Whatever was making the sound moved around the cabin's perimeter with a fluid ease that suggested intimate familiarity with the terrain. "Could be a bear," my father whispered during one particularly long silent interval. But his voice carried no conviction. We both knew that bears didn't make sounds like that, deliberate, rhythmic, almost musical in their precision. When dawn finally broke, we found absolutely nothing. No tracks in the soft earth around the cabin, no scratches on the log walls, no evidence that anything had visited us during the night. The fog had lifted with the rising sun, revealing the same pristine wilderness we had fallen asleep to. If not for our shared experience, I might have convinced myself the entire episode had been a product of isolation and imagination. But my father's grim expression told me he was taking it seriously. He walked the cabin's entire perimeter twice, studying the ground with the methodical intensity he brought to everything. His military training had taught him to gather intelligence first, then form theories. But the complete absence of physical evidence seemed to trouble him more than if he had found clear signs of an intruder. "We'll keep the radio closer tonight," he said finally, "and maybe bank the fire a little higher. Could be the light helps keep whatever it is at a distance." The third night, the pattern repeated with subtle but unsettling variations. The fog descended with its usual ethereal beauty, and the tapping began around midnight. But this time, the sounds were more complex, not just the simple percussion we had heard before, but something that almost resembled communication. Long sequences of rapid taps, followed by periods of silence, then slow, deliberate strikes that seemed to carry weight and meaning. More disturbing was the location. While the previous nights had featured sounds that moved around the cabin's exterior, tonight they seemed to come from directly beneath the floor. The cabin sat on heavy timber pilings that elevated it several feet above the ground, creating a dark space underneath that we hadn't bothered to explore. Now, lying in our bunks and listening to those measured taps rising through the floorboards, that space seemed suddenly ominous. "It's trying to get our attention," my father said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever it is, it knows we're here, and it wants us to know it's here too." The thought sent ice through my veins. The idea that something might be deliberately attempting to communicate with us, or perhaps intimidate us, transformed our isolated cabin from a refuge into something that felt increasingly like a trap. Neither of us slept that night. We lay in our bunks, listening to the sounds move from beneath the floor to the walls to the roof and back again, following no pattern we could discern but maintaining that same deliberate, almost musical quality that spoke of intelligence rather than random animal behavior. By the time dawn arrived, we were both exhausted and on edge. The previous day's fishing had been mediocre, our concentration shattered by lack of sleep and growing anxiety. Now, as we prepared for our fourth day on the river, I could see the strain beginning to show in my father's face. The relaxed contentment of our first days had been replaced by a watchful tension that never quite left his eyes. "One more night," he said as we rigged our rods. "If it happens again tonight, we start thinking about cutting the trip short." The admission shocked me. My father was not a man who abandoned plans lightly, and I knew how much this week meant to him, but I could also see the calculation in his expression. The same risk assessment that had kept him alive through military deployments in places where complacency could be fatal. As we waded into the river's cold embrace, I found myself glancing frequently at the tree line, searching for any sign of movement or watching eyes. The wilderness that had seemed so welcoming now felt filled with hidden observers, and every shadow held potential threat. The fish seemed to sense our distraction. Despite finding promising water and perfect conditions, our hooks remained largely empty. It was as if the river itself had turned cold toward us, withdrawing its gifts in response to some violation of hospitality we couldn't understand. Our fourth day dawned overcast and still, with low clouds pressing down on the mountains like a gray ceiling. The air felt heavy and expectant, charged with the promise of weather that might change everything. My father studied the sky with the practiced eye of someone who had learned to read nature's moods, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "Pressure's dropping," he said, tapping the small barometer he always carried. Could be looking at a storm system moving in. We decided to fish a different section of the river, a wide gravel bar about a quarter-mile downstream from the cabin where deeper channels promised larger fish. The walk required following a faint game trail that wound through dense alder thickets and stands of towering spruce. Every step seemed to take us deeper into wilderness that felt increasingly alien and unwelcoming. The gravel bar itself was a masterpiece of natural architecture, a crescent of smooth stones deposited by countless floods, creating perfect habitat for staging salmon. The water ran deep and green along the far edge, with enough current to keep fish moving but sufficient depth to provide security. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a fly fisherman's paradise. But our luck continued its downward spiral. Despite perfect technique and proven flies, the fish remained stubbornly uninterested. My father worked the water with methodical precision, covering every promising lie, but his offerings were consistently ignored. I had slightly better fortune, managing to hook 2 small sockeye that fought half-heartedly before coming to hand with what seemed like resignation rather than the usual explosive energy. It was during one of my casts into a particularly promising channel that my line snagged on something heavy. I assumed it was the inevitable submerged log or boulder that claimed countless flies, but when I waded out to investigate, my fingers closed around something that made my stomach clench with revulsion. The object was clearly man-made, but unlike anything I had ever encountered in decades of fishing with my father. It appeared to be some sort of fishing lure, but constructed from materials that belonged to a different century, or perhaps a different world entirely. The body was carved from what looked like yellowed bone, shaped into a crude approximation of a fish, but with anatomical details that seemed wrong somehow, as if created by someone who had only heard fish described but had never actually seen one. The line attached to this grotesque lure wasn't modern monofilament, or even the older braided lines I had seen in antique tackle shops. Instead, it appeared to be constructed from dried sinew or gut, long strands of organic material that had been twisted together into a cord both strong and revolting. The substance felt greasy and unpleasant against my fingers, with an oily residue that seemed to cling to my skin. But it was the hook that transformed discomfort into genuine horror. Instead of the precisely engineered steel points we took for granted, this lure bore a shard of what appeared to be black volcanic glass, obsidian perhaps, that had been flaked and shaped into a barbed point of vicious effectiveness. The stone was lashed to the bone body with more of the sinew cord, creating a weapon as much as a fishing tool. "Dad!" I called, my voice tight with an anxiety I couldn't fully explain. "You need to see this." He waded over carefully, his expression shifting from curiosity to deep unease as I held out the abomination. He took it from me with obvious reluctance, turning it over in his hands with the same careful attention he might give to an unexploded ordnance. His 20 years of military service had exposed him to weapons and tools from cultures around the world, but this clearly fell outside his experience. "This is old," he said finally, his voice carrying a note of respect mixed with revulsion. "Really old. And it's not recreational fishing gear." The craftsmanship was undeniable, despite its primitive materials. Whoever had created this tool understood the physics of fishing, the balance, the action in water, the lethality required to hook and hold fighting fish. But there was something else in its construction, something that spoke of purposes beyond mere sustenance fishing. "Could be Native American," I suggested, though the words sounded weak even to me. I had seen examples of traditional fishing gear in museums, but this felt different. Not just primitive, but somehow wrong, as if it had been created according to principles that had nothing to do with normal human needs. My father held it at arm's length, studying the obsidian point with professional attention. "This could take your hand off," he said grimly. "Look at those barbs. This isn't designed to catch fish. It's designed to never let them go." The implications sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the cold water around my legs. This was a tool designed by someone who approached fishing not as sport or even survival, but as something approaching warfare. A means of capturing prey with maximum efficiency and minimum mercy. "Leave it," my father said abruptly, his voice carrying the flat authority I remembered from childhood. "Whatever this is, whoever made it, we don't want anything to do with it." He dropped the grotesque lure onto the gravel bar as if it had burned him, then stepped back several paces. The bone and obsidian construct lay there like a piece of evidence from some unsolved crime, its alien construction making it seem impossibly out of place in our modern world. But even as we walked away, I found myself glancing back at it repeatedly. There was something magnetic about the artifact, something that drew the eye despite its repulsive nature. It seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, as if the intentions of its creator had somehow been embedded in the very materials. The fishing remained poor for the rest of the day, and I couldn't shake the feeling that our discovery of the bone lure had somehow marked a turning point. The river that had welcomed us so warmly during our first days now felt hostile and watched. Every shadow along the bank seemed to hide observing eyes, and every sound from the forest carried undertones of threat. As we made our way back to the cabin that evening, the clouds continued to lower and thicken. The air itself felt oppressive, charged with the kind of electric tension that preceded violent weather. But there was something else in the atmosphere, a sense of building presence that had nothing to do with meteorology and everything to do with the growing certainty that we were no longer alone in this wilderness. The fog that evening descended earlier and thicker than ever before, rolling off the river in great billowing masses that swallowed the landscape with shocking speed. Within minutes, our small clearing had become an island of dim light, surrounded by an impenetrable white wall that seemed to press against the cabin windows like a living thing. And somewhere in that white darkness, we both knew, something was waiting for full night to fall. Night brought fog so dense it seemed to have physical weight, pressing against the cabin windows like gray wool while transforming our small refuge into an island floating in a sea of white nothing. The temperature had dropped with the sun, and even with the wood stove crackling at full heat, cold seemed to seep through the log walls and settle in our bones. I was lying in my bunk, fighting the anxiety that had become my constant companion, when my father's sharp intake of breath cut through the silence like a blade. He was sitting on the edge of his bed, staring out the window that faced the river, his body rigid with tension. "Mark," he whispered, his voice carrying a note I had never heard before. Not fear exactly, but something deeper and more primitive. "Look at this." I joined him at the window, pressing my face against the cold glass and peering into the white wall beyond. At first I saw nothing but the same impenetrable fog that had swallowed our world. But then, gradually, a darker shape began to resolve itself in the mist. A tall, impossibly thin silhouette standing motionless in what I knew must be the middle of the river. The figure was human in outline, but wrong in proportions, stretched and elongated like a shadow cast by a setting sun. It stood in water that should have been chest deep and moving fast enough to knock a grown man from his feet. But it remained perfectly still, as stable as if it were rooted to bedrock. The current that had challenged us, even in shallow water, seemed to have no effect on this motionless sentinel. "That's not possible," I breathed, my words fogging the glass. "The current there is too strong. Nobody could stand in that water." But even as I spoke, I knew I was witnessing something that had nothing to do with possibility or natural law. The figure possessed a quality of otherness that made my skin crawl. Something in its absolute stillness that spoke of patience beyond human comprehension. As we watched, transfixed by a combination of fascination and growing dread, the figure began to move. But not in any way that made anatomical sense. Its arm, if the elongated appendage could be called that, rose with mechanical precision, extending to an impossible length that violated every principle of human physiology. There was a flicker of motion at its wrist, too quick to follow with the naked eye, and something shot out across the water with a soft whistling sound. A projectile of some kind, trailing what looked like a thin line behind it. The sound it made cutting through the air was unlike anything I had ever heard. Not the whistle of a fishing line or the snap of a whip, but something organic and predatory. The line struck the water perhaps 20 yards from where the figure stood and immediately began to pull back with mechanical efficiency. Within seconds, a large salmon broke the surface, struggling violently against whatever had impaled it. But the fish's desperate fight lasted only moments before it was hauled through the water toward the waiting figure with inexorable force. The entire sequence, the impossible cast, the instant strike, the retrieval, had taken perhaps 10 seconds. But it demonstrated a level of fishing skill that transcended anything achievable through normal human means. This wasn't sport fishing or even survival fishing. This was predation distilled to its most efficient essence. God in heaven, my father whispered, his voice hoarse with shock. What is that thing? The figure had secured its catch, but instead of moving to process or store the fish, it remained motionless in the current. And then, with a movement that sent ice water through my veins, its head began to turn. The motion was wrong, too smooth, too mechanical, like the rotation of a machine rather than the natural movement of a living creature. The head swiveled with horrifying precision until it faced directly toward our cabin. Even through the fog and darkness, even across the distance that separated us, I felt the weight of its attention like a physical force. There were no visible features, no eyes, no mouth, no expression to read. Just the dark oval of a head atop an impossibly elongated neck, fixed on our position with unmistakable intent. The moment stretched into eternity. I found myself unable to breathe, unable to move, unable to do anything but stare back at this impossible figure that defied every rational explanation. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken, charged with a malevolent intelligence that reached across the water and wrapped around us like invisible chains. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure began to fade back into the fog. Not walking away or diving beneath the surface, but simply dissolving into the white wall as if it had never been more than a projection of light and shadow. Within seconds, there was nothing, just the impenetrable mist and the memory of what we had witnessed. I realized I was gripping the windowsill so tightly that my knuckles had gone white. My father's breathing was shallow and rapid, the sound of a man struggling to process something that challenged his fundamental understanding of reality. "We need to leave," he said, his voice flat and mechanical. "Now. Tonight." The soldier in him had taken over, the part that had kept him alive in hostile territories where hesitation meant death. He was already moving, pulling his pack from beneath his bunk and beginning to stuff it with essential supplies. "Dad, wait," I said, though my own instincts were screaming the same message. "The plane isn't coming for 3 more days. And that fog, we can't navigate in this." He paused, his jaw working as he wrestled with the tactical situation. He was right that we needed to leave, but I was right that immediate departure was impossible. The fog was so thick we couldn't see 10 feet beyond the cabin, and the nearest help was 15 miles through wilderness that would be treacherous even in daylight. "First light," he said finally. "We pack everything we can carry and head for the ranger station. Forget the fishing gear, forget everything except survival essentials." I nodded, though the thought of abandoning our planned week felt like admitting defeat to something that had no business winning. But the image of that figure standing impossibly in the rushing water, and the way its head had turned to focus on us, had burned itself into my memory with the permanence of trauma. As if summoned by our decision to flee, a new sound began outside. Not the familiar tapping we had grown accustomed to, but something far worse. A wet, rhythmic splashing that seemed to circle the cabin like a predator testing the perimeter of a cage. The sound was heavy and deliberate, as if something large was moving through the shallows just beyond our vision. The splashing continued for perhaps an hour, sometimes seeming to come from directly beneath the cabin, sometimes from the riverbank, occasionally from positions that should have been impossible given the terrain. Through it all, we sat in tense silence, our packs ready and our nerves stretched to the breaking point. When the sounds finally stopped, the silence that followed was somehow worse. It carried the weight of patience and malevolent intelligence. The certainty that whatever had been circling us was now simply waiting for the right moment to act. Neither of us attempted sleep that night. We sat facing the windows, watching the fog press against the glass like curious fingers, waiting for dawn to provide the light we needed to begin our escape from this place that had transformed from paradise to purgatory in the space of a few impossible moments. Sleep had become impossible. We sat in the cabin's main room like sentries, backs against the log walls, watching the fog-darkened windows for any sign of movement. The wood stove threw dancing shadows across the walls, creating a constantly shifting pattern of light and darkness that made everything seem alive and threatening. The silence outside was complete. No night birds, no small animals moving through the underbrush, not even the subtle sounds of wind through the trees. It was as if the fog had smothered not just light but life itself, creating a dead zone where only unnatural things could move. At approximately 2 a.m., the assault began. The first blow struck the front door with the force of a sledgehammer, a concussive impact that shook the entire cabin and sent dust cascading from the ceiling beams. The sound was sharp and violent, echoing through the small space like a gunshot. Both my father and I jerked upright, our hearts hammering with sudden adrenaline. But before we could react, a second blow struck the back wall. Impossible, given that the first had come from the front. Then the side wall. Then the roof directly above our heads, each impact delivered with the same devastating force, each one seeming to come from a different location around the cabin's perimeter. The thing outside was moving with impossible speed, circling our refuge and striking at random intervals with what sounded like massive stones or pieces of timber. Each blow was precisely calculated to create maximum psychological impact, loud enough to terrify, forceful enough to suggest genuine threat, but not quite strong enough to breach the heavy log construction. "It's testing us," my father said, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Seeing how we react." The impacts continued, following no pattern we could discern. Sometimes they came in rapid succession, boom, 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 like artillery fire. Other times, long minutes of silence stretched between blows, allowing our nerves to settle before the next shocking impact shattered the quiet. But worse than the physical assault was the sound that accompanied it. A low guttural clicking had begun, seeming to emanate from multiple locations at once. It was the sound of stones being knocked together underwater, or perhaps massive teeth chattering in some enormous jaw. The clicking followed no rhythm, sometimes fast and agitated, sometimes slow and deliberate, but always carrying undertones of malevolent intelligence. The combination of impacts and clicking created a symphony of threat that seemed designed to drive us to the edge of sanity. My father had pulled out his service pistol, a .45 automatic he always carried on wilderness trips, but we both knew that conventional weapons would be useless against something that could move around the cabin's perimeter with such impossible speed. Then the tone of the assault changed. The random impacts gave way to something far more focused and terrifying. A new sound joined the clicking, a long, grinding scrape that seemed to come from the front door. Not the random scratch of an animal, but the deliberate, methodical sound of something trying to work its way through the heavy timber. I watched in horror as the thick wooden bar that secured the door began to vibrate in its iron brackets. The metal fittings, designed to withstand the force of storms and the pressure of settling logs, started to groan under an immense stress applied from outside. Splinters of wood began to fall from around the hinges as the door frame itself started to distort. "It's going to break," I whispered, the words barely audible over the grinding and groaning of tortured wood. My father's training kicked in. Instead of focusing on the obvious threat at the front door, his eyes went to the small window at the rear of the cabin, the one that faced the dark wall of spruce trees. His military experience had taught him that the enemy's apparent focus was often designed to mask their real intention. "It wants us watching the door," he said grimly. "It wants us focused on the obvious threat while it does something else." The scraping at the door continued, joined now by what sounded like claws or talons raking down the heavy planks. But my father was already moving, wrapping his left hand in a thick wool blanket from his bunk. He crossed to the rear window in 3 quick steps and, without hesitation, drove his fist through the glass. The window exploded outward in a shower of sharp fragments, letting in a swirl of cold, damp air and the sour smell of the fog. He worked quickly, knocking out the remaining shards and clearing the frame of glass. "Out!" he ordered, his voice carrying the flat authority of absolute command. "Now, move." I grabbed my pack and scrambled toward the opening, my heart racing with terror and adrenaline. Behind me, the sounds at the front door had intensified, the grinding scrape now accompanied by what sounded like massive blows that made the entire cabin shudder. I squeezed through the window frame, feeling the jagged edges of remaining glass catch at my clothing, and dropped heavily onto the damp earth outside. The fog was so thick I couldn't see my own feet, but I could feel the soft, wet moss beneath me and smell the clean scent of spruce needles. My father came through right behind me, landing in a crouch with the unconscious grace of someone who had made countless tactical exits under pressure. He still clutched the heavy cast-iron skillet from the stove. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. The sounds from the front of the cabin had stopped the instant we broke the window, as if our escape had been detected immediately. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the assault had been, carrying the weight of something large and intelligent recalculating its approach. "This way," my father whispered, grabbing my sleeve and pulling me toward what he hoped was the forest. "Stay low, stay quiet, and whatever happens, don't look back." We plunged into the white wall of fog, moving blind through a landscape that had become utterly alien. Every step was a gamble. The ground beneath our feet could change without warning, from solid earth to tangled roots to hidden obstacles that could trip us or turn an ankle. Behind us, the cabin creaked and groaned as if something massive was testing its structural limits. But we didn't look back. We kept moving into the fog-shrouded forest, guided only by my father's compass, and the desperate hope that we could put distance between ourselves and whatever had transformed our refuge into a prison. The real horror was just beginning. The forest in the fog was a maze of grasping branches and hidden obstacles that seemed designed to trap and disorient. Every step was a calculated risk, our feet probing uncertain ground while twisted alder branches clawed at our faces and clothing. The fog was so thick it had physical weight, pressing against us like a living thing while reducing our world to a gray sphere barely 3 feet in diameter. My father moved with the methodical precision of his military training, checking his compass every few steps and maintaining a steady northeast bearing toward the distant ranger station. But progress was agonizingly slow, and every sound we made, the snap of a twig, the rustle of vegetation, my own ragged breathing, seemed to echo through the white silence like a beacon announcing our position. We had been moving for perhaps an hour when we heard it, a rhythmic splashing from the direction of the river that paralleled our route. The sound was heavy and deliberate, as if something large was moving through the shallows with tireless determination. What made my blood freeze was the realization that it was keeping pace with us, matching our speed exactly despite the obstacles that slowed our progress to a crawl. "It's following us," I whispered, the words barely audible in the muffled air. My father held up his hand for silence, his head cocked as he listened to the steady splash and pause rhythm that continued somewhere to our left. His expression was grim but focused, the face of a soldier processing tactical information under pressure. "Not following," he corrected quietly. "Herding. It's keeping us away from the river, forcing us deeper into the forest." The implications hit me like a physical blow. Whatever was out there possessed not just impossible physical capabilities but genuine intelligence. It was thinking, planning, using the terrain and our own fear to drive us where it wanted us to go. We changed direction, trying to angle back toward the water, but immediately the splashing sounds shifted to block our path. When we tried to increase our pace, the sounds accelerated to match. We were being managed by something that seemed to anticipate our every decision before we made it. The fog began to thin slightly as we climbed away from the river valley, but the improved visibility only made our situation more terrifying. Now we could see the dark shapes of massive spruce trees looming through the mist like primordial monuments, their branches creating an overhead canopy so thick that even in daylight, this place would be shrouded in perpetual twilight. And in that improved visibility, we caught our first glimpse of our pursuer. It was moving through the trees parallel to our route, a tall shape that seemed to flow between the massive trunks with unnatural grace. Even at a distance and partially obscured by fog, its proportions were clearly wrong. Too tall, too thin, its limbs too long for any human framework. When it paused behind the bulk of a particularly massive spruce, we could see that it stood at least 8 feet tall, its elongated silhouette made even more disturbing by its absolute stillness. "Don't run," my father whispered urgently, as every instinct in my body screamed for flight. Predators react to running prey. We keep moving, but we stay calm. But staying calm was becoming impossible. The thing began to pace us more closely, sometimes visible through the trees, sometimes hidden but always present. Its movement was utterly silent. No snap of twigs, no rustle of undergrowth, no sound at all despite its passage through dense forest that caught and tore at our every step. Hours passed in this nightmare chase. My legs burned with exhaustion, my lungs ached from the cold, damp air, and my nerves were stretched to the breaking point by the constant awareness of being hunted. But our pursuer showed no signs of tiring. If anything, it seemed to be growing bolder, moving closer, letting us see more of its impossible form. During one brief pause to check direction and catch our breath, we heard a new sound that turned my blood to ice. From somewhere behind us came a wet, heavy dragging noise, the sound of something massive being pulled across the forest floor. It was accompanied by a stench that drifted through the fog like a physical presence. The smell of stagnant water, rotting vegetation, and something else that made my stomach clench with revulsion. "It's not alone," my father said, his voice tight with the realization that our situation had just become exponentially worse. "There's more than one of them." The dragging sound was moving slowly but steadily in our direction, leaving a trail we couldn't see but could certainly smell. Whatever was making that noise was large enough to crush obstacles rather than avoid them, and the stench that preceded it spoke of something that had spent long periods in deep, stagnant water. We picked up our pace, abandoning stealth for speed as the sounds of pursuit multiplied around us. The splashing from the river continued, now joined by the dragging noise behind us, and occasional crashes from the forest that suggested multiple entities moving through the trees with increasing boldness. The fog began to lift slightly as dawn approached, but instead of providing relief, the improved visibility only revealed the true scope of our predicament. We were surrounded. Dark shapes moved through the trees in every direction. Not human, not animal, but something else entirely. They maintained their distance but left no doubt that every avenue of escape was being monitored and controlled. When we finally stumbled into a small, boggy clearing surrounded by fallen timber, exhaustion forced us to stop. My father pulled me down behind the massive trunk of a wind-fallen spruce, and we crouched in the damp moss, our hearts hammering and our breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The splashing from the river had stopped. The dragging sound had ceased. Even the subtle crashes from the forest had gone silent. We were surrounded by a quiet so complete it felt like being buried alive. Then, from the riverbank perhaps 50 yards away, came a sound that will haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. It was a wet, heavy splash, followed by the unmistakable noise of something enormous pulling itself from the water onto dry land. Not the smooth emergence of an aquatic animal, but the labored, dragging progress of something that belonged in water, but was willing to endure the discomfort of land in pursuit of prey. The stench hit us moments later, a concentrated wave of marsh gas decomposition and something alien that had no earthly equivalent. I pressed my face into the moss, fighting the urge to vomit, while my father's hand closed on my shoulder with iron strength. And then it began to move through the forest toward our hiding place, dragging itself across the undergrowth with a wet, sliding sound that spoke of massive size and implacable determination. The dragging sound grew closer with each passing moment, accompanied by the wet, sliding noise of something massive hauling itself across the forest floor. The stench became overwhelming, a concentrated miasma of stagnant water, rotting organic matter, and something else that seemed to bypass the nose entirely and trigger some primitive fear response deep in the brain. I pressed my face harder into the damp moss, every muscle in my body locked rigid with terror. Beside me, my father's breathing had become shallow and controlled, the trained response of someone who had learned to function under extreme stress. His hand remained on my shoulder, an anchor of human contact in a world that had suddenly revealed itself to be far stranger and more dangerous than we had ever imagined. The thing moved with deliberate slowness, perhaps 20 yards from our hiding place now. Through the scattered logs and undergrowth, I caught glimpses of something that defied rational description. It was massive, easily 12 feet in length, and appeared to be dragging itself forward using appendages that were neither arms nor tentacles but something in between. Its body glistened with moisture and seemed to pulse with a rhythm that suggested labored breathing, or perhaps a heartbeat visible through translucent skin. The worst part was the intelligence in its movement. This wasn't the random searching of a predator following scent. It was moving with purpose, investigating our hiding place with the methodical thoroughness of something that knew exactly where we were and was simply choosing its moment to act. 10 yards away. 5 yards. The stench was so intense now that my eyes watered and my throat burned with each breath. I could hear the wet, sliding sound of its passage across the moss, the occasional snap of small branches as it pushed through obstacles, and underneath it all, a low sound that might have been breathing, or might have been something far worse. Then, impossibly, it stopped. The sudden cessation of movement was more terrifying than the approach had been. For long moments, we lay frozen behind our fallen log, listening to nothing but our own rapid heartbeats and the distant sound of the river. The stench remained, an invisible cloud that marked the position of something just yards away. But all movement had ceased. I risked lifting my head slightly, peering through a gap in the tangled branches. What I saw sent a shock of pure terror through my nervous system. The thing was positioned just on the other side of our shelter, close enough that I could make out individual details of its alien anatomy. Its head, if the bulbous, eyeless mass at one end could be called a head, was turned in our direction, tilted at an angle that suggested it was listening with supernatural intensity. For an eternity that lasted perhaps 30 seconds, predator and prey remained motionless. I felt certain that our rapid breathing would give us away, that the hammering of my heart would somehow be audible to this impossible creature. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, it began to move again. Not toward us, but parallel to our position, as if investigating the perimeter of our hiding place. The movement saved our lives. As the creature shifted position, the wind direction changed slightly, carrying a new scent through the forest. It was the clean, sharp smell of wood smoke, not the acrid stench of burning brush, but the pleasant aroma of seasoned timber burning in a well-maintained fireplace. The ranger station. Somewhere ahead of us, probably closer than we had dared hope, Bill Haskins was starting his morning fire and beginning another day in the wilderness. The smell of civilization, of human habitation and safety, drifted through the fog like a promise of salvation. Our pursuer had detected the scent as well. The massive form froze, its alien head turning toward the source of the smoke with predatory interest. For a moment I feared it might abandon us to investigate this new presence. But then, with a wet, sliding sound that spoke of immense effort, it began to withdraw toward the river. The retreat was not flight, but tactical repositioning. Whatever intelligence guided this creature had calculated that the presence of other humans made continued pursuit too risky. It was choosing discretion over immediate gratification, which somehow made it even more terrifying than mindless aggression would have been. We waited until the dragging sounds had faded completely and the stench had begun to dissipate before daring to move. Even then, my father made us wait an additional 10 minutes, timing it on his watch, before allowing us to emerge from our hiding place. "Move quiet, move fast," he whispered, his voice hoarse with strain. "If we can smell his fire, we're close." The next hour was a desperate race through thinning fog and increasingly familiar terrain. The wood smoke grew stronger with each step, joined eventually by other signs of human presence. The distant sound of a radio, the smell of bacon cooking, the blessed normalcy of a human voice speaking in measured professional tones. When we finally stumbled out of the tree line and saw the ranger station's green metal roof through the dissipating mist, I felt my legs give out with relief. We collapsed on the wooden steps of the porch like refugees from a war zone, our clothes torn, our faces scratched and pale, the evidence of our ordeal written in every line of our bodies. The door opened almost immediately, revealing Bill Haskins, a man whose weathered face had seen enough wilderness emergencies to recognize genuine trauma when it appeared on his doorstep. He took one look at us and stepped back, gesturing us inside without a single question. "Coffee first," he said, his voice carrying the calm authority of someone accustomed to dealing with crisis. "Then we'll talk." Inside the warm, well-lit cabin, so normal, so mundanely human after our night in the fog, we sat wrapped in wool blankets while Haskins prepared coffee so strong it was almost syrup. The radio chattered quietly in the background, transmitting weather reports and routine communications that belonged to a world governed by natural laws and rational explanations. When we had stopped shivering and could hold the coffee mugs without spilling, Haskins pulled up a chair and waited. My father, trained in military debriefing procedures, recounted everything with precise, economical language. He described the tapping sounds, the figure in the fog, the bone lure, and the night-long pursuit through the forest. He spoke without emotion or embellishment, simply reporting facts in the order they had occurred. I watched Haskins's face carefully throughout the recounting, expecting skepticism or the kind of patient condescension adults reserve for overwrought teenagers. Instead, I saw recognition and a growing gravity that suggested our experience was not entirely without precedent. When my father finished, Haskins sat in silence for several minutes, staring into his coffee mug. Finally, he rose and moved to a bookshelf near the radio, returning with an old, leather-bound journal that looked like it had seen decades of use. "The Dana-Ina people have lived in this region for thousands of years," he said, opening the journal to a page marked with a faded ribbon. "They have names for things that don't appear in any field guide or biology textbook." The page contained a pencil sketch that made my breath catch in my throat. It showed a tall, elongated figure standing in water, its proportions matching exactly what we had seen in the fog. Surrounding it were other sketches, creatures that seemed to be variations on the same impossible theme. "They call them Nantina," Haskins continued. "River spirits, older than human memory. The stories say they're territorial, protective of their fishing grounds. They don't like competition, and they especially don't like being challenged by outsiders." He looked up, meeting our eyes with an expression that held no trace of skepticism. "You took fish from their water. They noticed. You were lucky to get out." The radio crackled to life with a routine transmission, and Haskins keyed the microphone with practiced ease. "Station 7 to dispatch. Found those two overdue fishermen from the upper bend. Suffering from exposure, got turned around in the fog. I'm bringing them out." That was all. No mention of our actual experience, no request for investigation or follow-up. Just a simple explanation that would satisfy bureaucratic requirements while protecting us from questions we couldn't answer. The boat ride downriver to the pickup point was surreal. Under bright morning sunshine, the water had returned to its stunning turquoise beauty, and the forest showed no signs of the terror it had harbored just hours before. If not for the exhaustion in our bones and the scratches on our faces, the entire experience might have seemed like a shared nightmare. As the float plane lifted off and banked toward Anchorage, I looked down at the river one final time. From altitude, it appeared exactly as it had during our arrival, a pristine ribbon of blue cutting through untouched wilderness. Beautiful, peaceful, deceptively normal. But I knew better now. I understood that the wilderness held secrets that had nothing to do with the sanitized version presented in nature documentaries and tourism brochures. There were older things than humans in these forests, and some of them were still very much awake. The bond between my father and me had been forever changed by those 4 days. We had faced something impossible together and survived through mutual dependence and shared courage. But more than that, we had been initiated into a larger truth about the world, one that most people never encounter and would refuse to believe if they did. We never spoke about our experience to anyone outside of Haskins' cabin. Who would have believed us? Instead, it became one of those profound secrets that families sometimes carry, a shared knowledge that required no discussion because its reality was burned into our very souls. My father and I still take fishing trips together, but never again to remote waters where the fog rolls thick and strange sounds echo in the night. We have learned to appreciate the crowded banks of the Russian River, where the worst dangers come from tangled fishing lines and sunburn. Some experiences change you forever. Some knowledge once gained cannot be unknown. And some waters, no matter how beautiful, are better left to their ancient guardians. The river keeps its secrets, and now, so do we. My name is Jacob Hernandez, and I'm a 35-year-old ex-park ranger haunted by memories that gnaw at my sanity like a festering wound. The events I'm about to recount took place in the once tranquil wilderness of the Adirondack Park back in August of 2000. But even now, 2 decades later, they remain seared into my mind with a vividness that still jolts me awake in a cold sweat most nights. Working as a ranger in those tangled green mountains had been my life's passion, the fulfillment of a boyhood dream to spend my days amidst nature's untamed splendor. I had fallen in love with the place, the mirror-still lakes reflecting the vast dome of sky, the ancient forests with their cathedral hush, even the occasional close encounter with the majestic wildlife. Sure, the job had its challenges, a marauding bear here, a lost hiker there, but nothing that the academy training and a cool head couldn't handle. Or so I had thought, with the naive confidence of a man who had not yet come face to face with the stuff of nightmares. It began, as most horror stories do, on a deceptively ordinary day, with no portent of the impending descent into a hell I could never have imagined. The radio crackled with a routine call. A family of 5, the Wallaces, had failed to check out of their backcountry cabin rental on schedule. Missing hikers were a common enough occurrence, and 9 times out of 10 it was simply a case of poor time management or a sprained ankle. My partner Ben and I set out to sweep their route, a gentle loop trail circumnavigating one of the park's more scenic lakes. We expected to find the Wallaces tired but sheepish, apologetic for the inconvenience. What awaited us at the trailhead, however, was the first chilling hint that something was amiss. The family's minivan sat forlornly in the gravel lot, conspicuously out of place amidst the towering pines. In the back, their golden retriever whined and pawed at the window, its distress an eerie echo of the unease already prickling up my own spine. Ben and I exchanged a look, some unspoken understanding passing between us. We'd been partners for years, an easy camaraderie born of shared experiences and the peculiar bond of those tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between human recreation and the unforgiving wilderness. In that moment, I saw my own apprehension reflected back in the tightening of Ben's jaw, the slight hesitation before he unclipped his radio to call in the vehicle discovery. We fanned out to canvass the area, eyes scanning the dense undergrowth for any sign of the Wallaces. It was oppressively still under the forest canopy, even the ever-present birdsong oddly absent, as if the creatures of the wood sensed an unwelcome presence and had fallen warily silent. I pushed through a tangle of branches, boots sinking into the loamy earth, and then froze, heart leaping into my throat. There, half concealed beneath a drift of leaves, was a small, huddled form. For a moment, I couldn't process what I was seeing, my mind refusing to acknowledge the tableau of horror. But as I dropped to my knees and reached out with trembling hands, the reality hit me like a punch to the gut. It was the youngest of the Wallace children, a girl no more than 7 or 8. Her face was ghost pale, tears cutting tracks through the grime on her cheeks. She clutched a stuffed rabbit, the toy's cheerful, patterned fabric grotesquely at odds with the child's glassy, terrorized stare. I called out for Ben, my voice cracking with a mixture of relief at finding her alive and dread at the implications of her solitary state. Ben crashed through the brush, pulling up short when he saw us. His eyes met mine over the girl's head, and I saw the same sickening realization dawn. "Hey there, sweetheart," I said softly, trying to keep my tone soothing despite the hammering of my pulse. "We're park rangers. We're here to help. Can you tell us what happened? Where's the rest of your family?" At first there was nothing, just that blank, uncomprehending stare, and the convulsive tightening of small fingers on the stuffed toy. Then, like a dam bursting, the words came pouring out, tumbling over each other in a hyperventilating rush. "The monster took them. In the trees. In the dark. It came and took them." Her voice dissolved into hiccuping sobs, thin shoulders heaving. Ben and I exchanged another loaded glance, a silent communication honed by years in the field together. Gently, I coaxed more details from her, piecing together a fragmented story of a family hike turned nightmare. They'd been walking the trail, she said, just a short loop before heading back to the cabin for lunch. Her brothers had been arguing over who got to throw the ball for the dog, their voices carrying through the crisp air. Her parents were walking ahead, hand in hand, talking softly and laughing. A normal scene, one that played out daily across the park's miles of interlocking trails. And then, in an instant, it had all shattered. A crashing noise in the underbrush, guttural and loud. A shadow detaching itself from the tree line, something huge and furred. Her mother's scream abruptly cut off. The sounds of a struggle, the thud of bodies, and then a terrible, reverberating silence broken only by the child's own ragged breathing as she huddled, paralyzed, under the sheltering arms of a fallen log. "It took them," she whispered again, a haunted refrain. "The monster in the woods, it took them." Ben was already radioing for backup, his tone clipped and urgent. I cradled the shivering girl against my chest, murmuring reassurances I didn't believe myself. Because even then, in the first shocked moments, some instinctive part of me knew this was no ordinary animal attack. The forest around us felt altered, sinister, like we were suddenly trespassers in our own territory. The size of the creature she described, the way it had snatched 4 adults away in mere moments, it defied any rational explanation. We waited there in the ominous hush of the woods, the girl's hitching breaths and the static crackle of the radio the only sounds. I strained my ears for the approach of help, of reinforcements to help make sense of the incomprehensible. But as the minutes dragged on with no sign of our backup, a dark understanding began to coalesce at the edges of my thoughts. We were on our own out here, in the heart of a vast wilderness that had always held its secrets close. And now, one of those secrets had awoken hungry. When the search team finally arrived, it was anticlimactic. A dozen grim-faced rangers and volunteers fanned out in a grid pattern, meticulously combing the dense underbrush for any sign of the missing Wallaces. But as the hours dragged on and the light began to slant golden through the trees, an uneasy consensus solidified. There was no trace of the family, not a shred of torn clothing snagged on a branch, or a single drop of blood to guide the way. It was as if they had been plucked cleanly from the face of the earth, leaving only their abandoned vehicle and their traumatized daughter as evidence they had ever existed at all. By the time we regrouped at the trailhead, defeated and bone-weary, the official narrative had already begun to take shape. A rogue bear, the higher-ups declared, a tragic but explainable event. The lack of evidence could be attributed to the dense foliage and the rugged terrain. The creature the girl described had been the product of a terrified imagination, her young mind reeling in the aftermath of an unspeakable loss. But even as the tidy statements were released to the press and the incident officially filed away, I knew the truth would not be so easily buried. The utter absence of any physical sign, the uncanny speed and stealth of the abduction, and above all, the stark instinctual terror in that little girl's eyes when she spoke of the monster. It pointed to something far more sinister at work, and though I couldn't yet put a name to the creeping dread that had lodged itself beneath my breastbone, I knew with grim certainty that this was only the beginning. The Wallace family had not been the first to vanish into the hungry maw of the forest, and they would not be the last. Something ancient and unspeakably evil had awoken in those shadowed glens, and heaven help any poor soul unlucky enough to cross its path. In the days following the disappearance of the Wallace family, a pall settled over the ranger's station. We went through the motions of our duties, maintaining trails, assisting hikers, tagging the occasional nuisance bear for relocation. But there was an unspoken tension thrumming beneath the surface. The easy banter that had always filled the air during morning briefings and evening paperwork sessions had been replaced by a grim, watchful silence, punctuated only by the rustling of maps and the hiss of the ancient coffee maker in the corner. Ben and I were the worst off of the lot. As the first on the scene, the ones to find little Sadie Wallace shivering and alone, it was as if we'd been tainted by proximity to the inexplicable. Our colleagues averted their eyes when we passed in the halls, conversations stuttering to an awkward halt when we entered a room. Even the most seasoned rangers, men and women who'd spent decades patrolling the rugged backcountry, seemed to regard us with a mixture of pity and wary unease. As if by bearing witness to the impossible, we'd been somehow fundamentally altered, no longer quite fit for the realm of the rational and the mundane. For my part, I wore my newfound pariah status like a shroud, a grim reminder of the gnawing certainty that had taken root in my gut. I knew, with a bone-deep conviction, that whatever had torn the Wallace family from the trail that day had been no simple wild animal. There was a malevolent intelligence in its methods, a calculating cruelty far removed from the base instincts of any natural predator. And though I had no proof beyond a traumatized child's broken recollections and my own clawing intuition, I knew with grim certainty that the creature would strike again. It was only a matter of time. I threw myself into my work with a desperate manic energy. If my colleagues sought to avoid me, I made it all the easier for them, volunteering for the longest patrols, the most remote trail maintenance, any assignment that would keep me out in the forest for days at a time. If I was being honest with myself, a part of me burned for a confrontation, ached to come face to face with the nightmare made flesh. As if by meeting it head-on, I could somehow excise the dread that had coiled itself around my heart, the insidious whisper in the back of my skull that murmured of dark and ancient things that had no place in the waking world. It was on one of those long, lonely treks that I began to see the signs. The first was subtle, easily dismissed by a less superstitious mind. A tree, not far from the Wallace's abandoned campsite, its trunk gouged with a set of deep, parallel furrows that could only have been made by claws of a startling size. I traced the ragged grooves with a fingertip, my breath catching in my throat as I tried to picture the sheer strength and ferocity it would take to carve such marks in the tough, weathered bark. As I pressed deeper into the wilderness, fully diverged now from the neatly maintained trails with their cheerful signage and tidy gravel paths, the markers grew both more frequent and more unsettling. Here, a scattering of broken branches, hanging at odd angles as if snapped by the passage of an immense bulk. There, a torn snatch of fabric caught on a thorn bush, the lurid orange of a standard-issue search and rescue jacket, and everywhere, interwoven with the rich, loamy scent of leaf mulch and wildflowers, a strange, musky odor unlike anything I'd ever encountered in all my years of roaming the backcountry. It was a heavy, rank smell. shot through with an unmistakable note of carrion. The reek of a predator's den, a charnel house of decaying flesh and clotted gore. As the shadows lengthened, and the light filtering through the overarching canopy of leaves took on a sepulchral blue tinge, I knew with grim certainty that I was on the right track. Or perhaps, more accurately, that I had finally been deemed worthy prey, the stalker turned stalked in a lethal game of cat and mouse. My grip tightened on my rifle, the worn stock slick with sweat where my palms pressed against the wood. Every fiber of my being screamed to turn back, to flee this oppressive, watching silence, and return to the safe confines of civilization. But I had come too far now, seen too much to ever know true peace again. Whatever awaited me in the gathering dark, I would meet it head-on, and damn the consequences. Night fell with a swiftness that felt almost imperative, as if the forest itself was abetting the creature in its hunt. The narrow corridor of sky visible through the lacing of branches overhead faded from indigo to a starless black, leaving only the feeble beam of my flashlight to illuminate the close-pressing trunks and grasping undergrowth. Every rustling leaf, every crack of a twig underfoot sent jolts of adrenaline surging through my veins. I imagined I could feel the weight of the thing's gaze boring into my back, the prickle of its hot, hungry breath stirring the hairs on my nape. When the attack came, it was almost a relief, a breaking of the unbearable tension that had stretched my nerves to the snapping point. One moment I was picking my way down a half-overgrown game trail, my whole being coiled tight with strain and dread anticipation. The next, an immense dark shape exploded from the brush to my left, a blur of matted fur and yellowed fangs that resolved itself into a nightmarish silhouette as it reared up on its hind legs, towering over me like a monolith of pure, voracious hunger. Time seemed to slow, the rapid thudding of my heartbeat drowning out all other sound as I frantically fumbled my rifle to my shoulder. Some distant, clinical part of my brain, the part not gibbering in blank animal terror, noted the impossible details. The sheer mass of the thing, easily twice the bulk of the largest grizzly, the disturbingly almost human cant of its stance, the glint of saurian intelligence burning in its eyes. It lunged for me in awful silence. No roar or snarl to herald its charge. Just the rush of displaced air and the creak of tendons as it brought one massive taloned paw slashing down towards my face. I fired on pure instinct, the shot cracking out with an ear-shattering report that seemed to hang in the air long after the echoes faded. The creature staggered, black ichor spraying from a wound in its chest, but it didn't fall. Instead, it swatted the rifle from my hands with a contemptuous flick of its wrist, sending the weapon pinwheeling off into the darkness. I had a dazed instant to register the splintering crunch as the stock shattered against a trunk somewhere in the gloom, and then the thing was on me, its bulk bearing me to the ground in a crush of dead leaves and snapping vegetation. I fought with the desperate strength of a damned soul, flailing and bucking, my fists connecting with a dense layer of matted fur and ropey muscle that felt more like punching a sheer rock face. Hot, fetid breath gusted against my face as the creature's jaws gaped wide, strings of reeking saliva dripping onto my cheeks and neck. I had a brief, vertiginous glimpse straight down the black gullet of its throat, and then pain exploded through my body as its teeth closed on my shoulder, slowly worrying the flesh like a dog with a bone. I must have screamed then, a high animal shriek of agony, but I couldn't hear it over the roaring static that had swallowed my senses. Dimly, through the red fog hazing my vision, I was aware of reaching for my belt, numb fingers scrabbling at the hard plastic sheath of my hunting knife. The creature shook me like a rag doll, its growl a low, leisurely rumble as it savored my futile struggles. My groping hand closed around the knife's hilt, and with a final desperate surge of effort, I ripped the blade free and plunged it hilt deep into the corded bulk of the thing's neck. The effect was instantaneous. The creature released its grip on my ravaged shoulder, rearing back with a basso howl of rage and pain. I felt the knife wrench free of my grasp, still lodged in the thing's flesh as it staggered upright, black blood sheeting from the wound. For an eternal, horrifying second, I was certain it would lunge for me again, finish the job of tearing me to bloody, twit. Staggering to my feet, I clutched at my mangled shoulder, hot blood seeping between my fingers as I backed away from the wounded monstrosity before me. The creature hunched forward, one gnarled paw scrabbling at the knife embedded in its neck, a guttural snarl bubbling from its throat. But even in its pain-racked throes, I could detect a malevolent calculation in the way it tracked my movements, those soulless yellow eyes boring into mine with an almost contemptuous hunger. It knew, as I did, that my desperate blow had only bought me a brief reprieve. In my weakened, wounded state, I stood no chance against the relentless predator should it choose to continue its pursuit. Breath coming in ragged gasps, I cast about wildly for a means of escape. Some miraculous path to salvation amidst the close-pressing trees and tangled undergrowth. My rifle was lost, claimed by the forest, and even if I had it, I harbored no illusions that mere bullets would halt the creature's relentless advance. Any second, I expected to feel the devastating swipe of those scythe-like claws across my back, to hear the crunch of fangs piercing my spine in a welter of gore. But as the thudding of my heart marked out the passing seconds, and the fatal blow never came, a dull flicker of realization pierced the fog of my pain-addled mind. The creature hadn't moved. It remained crouched in a pool of its own foul ichor, muscles bunched and quivering, but held in check by some invisible tether. As I watched, hardly daring to breathe, it raised its head and loosed a deafening howl into the night sky, the sound reverberating through the forest like the tolling of a funeral bell. And in that moment, as that otherworldly keening set my teeth on edge and raised the hairs on my arms, I understood. The thing wasn't merely wounded, it was calling for backup. Heedless now of the stabbing agony radiating from my savaged shoulder, I fled, crashing through the clawing branches and snagging vines in a blind, stumbling rush. Behind me, the creature's howls rose in pitch and fervor, a chilling descant that seemed to come from all around, as if the very trees themselves had joined its chorus. Under the music of my ragged breathing and the thrashing of my passage, I fancied I could hear other sounds, the drum of heavy paw-falls, the eager huffing of pursuit. The forest blurred around me, my world narrowing to a smear of shadow and twisted trunks, the fickle beam of my flashlight swinging wildly as I ran. Time lost all meaning in that headlong flight, minutes stretching into an eternity of gasping breaths and burning muscles. The roar of my pulse in my ears nearly drowned out the unnatural silence that had swallowed the wood, the conspicuous absence of night birds and insects, as if every living creature had fled before the onslaught of the unnatural. Just as my strength began to falter, my knees threatening to buckle beneath me from sheer exhaustion and loss of blood, the trees abruptly opened up ahead, the anemic light of a waning moon spilling into the clearing to illuminate the silhouette of a small ramshackle structure. The ranger outpost. In my panic, operating on pure animal instinct, my battered body had delivered me to the closest thing these woods could offer to sanctuary. Nearly weeping with relief, I half ran, half fell through the sagging doorway, barring the weathered timber behind me with trembling arms that barely seemed able to lift their own weight. Wedging a rickety chair beneath the knob for good measure, I sank to the dusty floorboards, breath coming in great, shuddering gulps. Ensconced in the comparative safety of those four walls, no matter how meager their protection, the full weight of the horror I'd just witnessed came crashing over me in a nauseating wave. The creature, that lumbering nightmare of fangs and matted fur, had been no accident of nature. No quirk of genetics or spontaneous mutation could account for the malign, calculating intelligence that had blazed in those hellish yellow eyes. No earthly beast could have shrugged off a rifle shot and a 10-inch blade buried to the hilt like mere annoyances. No, the thing that had stalked me through the shadowed glens, that even now prowled the night-shrouded forest beyond these walls, was a wholly unnatural entity. An abomination that walked in blasphemous defiance of every natural law. With shaking hands, I peeled aside the shredded remnants of my shirt to examine the ruin of my shoulder. The wounds were deep and ragged, puckered flesh gleaming obscenely in the guttering flare of the backup generator's emergency lights. Already, I could feel the insidious burn of infection setting in, the skin around the gouges flushed an angry, unhealthy red. I needed medical attention, and I needed it soon. But even if I could reach the radio, even if I could summon help to this remote outpost, I knew with grim certainty that no rescue would be forthcoming before dawn. The creature and its foul get had the run of the forest now, and heaven help any poor soul foolhardy enough to come between them and their chosen quarry. Grimacing, I hauled myself to my feet and staggered over to the dented supply locker in the corner. It was sparsely stocked, just a few desiccated ration bars and some basic first aid supplies, but I seized upon the meager offerings like a starving man at a feast. Smearing antiseptic cream over my oozing wounds with a hiss of pain, I bound the injury as tightly as I could with a roll of sterile gauze. It wasn't much, but it would have to suffice. If I lived to see the morning, I'd count myself lucky. At this point, infection was the least of my worries. Rummaging through the rest of the locker's contents, I struck pay dirt in the form of a battered old shotgun and a handful of shells. The weapon was in a sorry state, its barrel pitted with rust and the stock worn smooth by generations of hard use. But it was a lifeline, a last desperate fingerhold on survival. I fed the shells into the breech with a satisfying series of clicks, the heft of the gun in my hands lending a small measure of comfort, despite the direness of my circumstances. Outside, the wind had picked up, setting the aging timber of the shack groaning and swaying on its foundations. But beneath the mournful whistle of the gusts, I thought I could detect another sound, low and grating. A wild, gibbering muttering that rose and fell in eerie counterpoint, sometimes almost resolving into what sounded like guttural syllables or percussive grunts. The vocalizations of the pack as they closed in, tightening the noose with patient, implacable purpose. They knew I was here, knew I was wounded and trapped, a rat cowering in its flimsy bolt hole. It was only a matter of time before the hunter became the hunted once more. Grimly, I checked the load on the shotgun, the solidity of the weapon an anchor against the black tide of fear threatening to pull me under. The long, dark hours until sunrise stretched before me like an impassable abyss, a merciless gauntlet of dread and paranoia. Every dancing shadow thrown by the feeble generator lights morphed into a hulking silhouette. Every errant creak of the roof beams the prowling tread of a predator. I dozed fitfully, propped against the far wall with the shotgun cradled in my lap. My laboring heart, brittle sanity, and that ancient, rusting firearm the only fragile bulwark between me and the unhinged nightmares that slavered for my blood just beyond the warped timber walls. I caught my first glimpse of the rising sun through a knothole in the weathered planking, its watery light staining the floorboards a weak, washed-out gray. My first instinct was disbelief, a knee-jerk rejection that I'd made it through that eternal night with my life and faculties intact. The hours leading up to that anemic dawn were little more than a strobe-lit fever dream in my memory, a broken montage of pain and creeping horrors barely held at bay by the dying sputter of the generator and the cold comfort of a loaded gun. Wincing, I levered myself to my feet, my abused muscles screaming in protest after a night spent huddled on the unyielding boards. My shoulder throbbed mercilessly beneath its swaddling of gauze, the flesh hot and swollen even through the numbing fog of adrenaline and endorphins. Infection had well and truly set in, my body succumbing to the onslaught of whatever foul bacteria had lurked in the creature's maw. If I didn't get real medical attention soon, and a boatload of antibiotics, I'd be facing down more than just external monsters. But remarkably, blessedly, I had survived the night. The gibbering and rustling outside the shack had gradually tapered off with the first signs of approaching light, the unnatural muttering replaced by the hesitant chirping of waking birds. The thing, whatever the hell it was, seemed disinclined to hunt by day. I wasn't naive enough to think it had given up, slunk off to whatever primordial den had disgorged it. But the rising sun had granted me a precious reprieve, a window of opportunity to limp my way back to the false security of civilization. I unbarred the door with slow, pained movements, the shotgun still clutched white-knuckled in one hand. The morning air was crisp and redolent with the loamy scent of pine and thick carpets of sodden leaves. To my bruised and grateful eyes, the forest looked almost ordinary in the light of day, dappled in gold and shadow, rife with the flitting of small songbirds. No sign remained of the lurking horrors that had haunted the night, the abomination that had nearly torn me limb from limb. But if my hellish encounter had left no mark on this primeval landscape, the same could not be said for my battered psyche. I found I couldn't set foot on the narrow, twisting path that led back to the main ranger station without a shudder of dread, my breath coming harsh and labored in my chest. Every snapping twig and swaying branch was imbued with malign potential, dark promises of pain and blood. The once comforting cathedral hush of the deep woods now felt pregnant with dread, watchful and ominous. In the end, it was only through sheer force of will that I placed one foot in front of the other, retracing my frantic flight in a daze of pain and exhaustion. My mind skittered and shied from the grim reckoning that awaited me back at headquarters. How could I even begin to explain what had transpired out here, to put into words the indescribable violation of the natural order I'd witnessed? They'd write me off as a madman, a shattered husk pushed beyond the breaking point by some nameless trauma. At best, my report would be dismissed as the ravings of a man unhinged by his ordeal. At worst, it'd spell the end of my career, perhaps even my freedom. But what other choice did I have? To remain silent? To bury the unspeakable truth like some shameful secret? To let the family and friends of the Wallace clan go on believing their loved ones had fallen victim to a freak animal attack? No. I owed them that cold comfort of the truth, no matter how unpalatable. I owed it to little Sadie Wallace, to the memory of her broken sobs and the paralyzing terror that had haunted her eyes. Most of all, I owed it to myself, to the tattered remnants of my integrity and the ideals that had first driven me to this unforgiving calling. I couldn't run from this, couldn't hide from the evil that lurked in the shadowed fringes of the map. Someone had to take a stand, to bear witness to the horrors that went bump in the primeval night. And if not me, then who? By the time I stumbled into the ranger station, one arm hanging limp and useless at my side, I was running on little more than fumes and raw adrenaline. A small part of me was darkly amused by the looks of poleaxed shock on my colleagues' faces as they took in my haggard, blood-soaked form. No doubt I looked like I'd gone a few rounds with a wood chipper and come out the worse for wear. Ben was the first to unfreeze from his stunned paralysis, hurrying forward to catch me as I swayed on my feet. "Jesus, Jake! What happened? We've been trying to raise you on the radio all night." I barked a laugh, the sound cracked and hollow in my throat. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." And I was right. They didn't believe. Not at first. Not even Ben, who'd seen the impossible emptiness left by the Wallace family's abduction, who'd been there to witness the unnatural dread that permeated these woods. I laid it all out in the clipped, precise language of an incident report. The strange spoor that had first caught my attention, the signs of an apex predator marking its territory, the hulking monstrosity that had nearly claimed my life. I offered up the ragged punctures in my own flesh as evidence, held up the spent shotgun shells and crusted residue of the thing's foul ichor. But I could see it in their eyes, the wary skepticism and sidelong glances that said I'd taken a running leap off the edge of reason. An animal attack, yes, maybe even one of startling viciousness. But a demonic entity straight out of a campfire tale? An evolutionary impossibility that moved with cunning intelligence and insatiable hunger? That was beyond the pale, a bridge too far for these staunch pragmatists of the wilderness. Better to write me off as a casualty of trauma, a pitiable wreck pushing fairy tales to avoid confronting the stark reality of his own failure. In the end, I gave my statement to a stone-faced cadre of park officials and local law enforcement, spoke the words I knew would doom any shred of standing or credibility I had left. Then I walked out, my resignation left unsigned on the superintendent's desk. There would be no formal inquest, no queries or commendations. Any official mention of my involvement would be quietly purged from the record, swept under the rug like so much inconvenient dirt. The last known person to set foot in the Voorhees ravine would remain a mystery, an unsolved footnote in the park's history. As for me, I'd fade into obscurity, one more broken soldier in the unending secret war between man and the primal unknown. In the weeks and months that followed, I drifted, a listless ghost cut adrift from all purpose or direction. The wounds healed to knotted scar tissue, but the deeper lacerations, the ones carved into my psyche, remained raw and weeping. Sleep became an elusive specter, my nights haunted by the guttural echoes of inhuman voices, the phantom burn of fetid breath on my face. I took to drink in a futile attempt to drown out the gibbering in my head, to sand the edges off the memories that rose with each descending sun. But no amount of cheap whiskey could scour away the knowledge of the depthless evil that lurked just beyond the firelight, the horrors that stalked the wild places with a hunger that could never be sated. The years ground on in a haze of barstool exile and flophouse squalor. I made my way to the city, figuring the cold comfort of concrete and teeming humanity might keep the nightmares at bay. But the abominations born of that distant ravine had followed me out of the primeval forest, indelible as a brand upon my mind. Every darkened alleyway concealed a waiting predator, every nighttime shadow imbued with the promise of blood and rending teeth. I took to carrying an iron poker for protection, even though I knew how useless such a paltry weapon would be. Some demons can't be outrun, no matter how far or fast you flee. Their teeth are planted in your marrow, their claws forever sunk into the meat of your brain. So here I remain, propping up the end of the bar in this dingy watering hole, spinning tales to any sad sacks sober enough to listen. The ravings of a madman, they say when they think I'm too drunk to hear. Old Jake and his monster stories, his conspiracy theories and dire warnings. I've become a living shrine to a secret truth none dare acknowledge, a walking memento mori in this age of progress and rationality. But I know there are others out there, lonely voices crying in the wilderness. Those marked by encounters with the things that should not be, cursed with the knowledge of terrors older than humanity itself. We are scattered and battered, soldiers in a war we never enlisted to fight. But fight we must, even if our only weapon is the conviction of our testimony, the courage to stand as witnesses against the encroaching darkness. Because I have seen the face of the beast that stalks the shadowed edges of our world. I have felt its cruel hunger and malign intelligence, known the white-hot breath of its. Because I have seen the face of the beast that stalks the shadowed edges of our world. I have felt its cruel hunger and malign intelligence, known the white-hot breath of its fury on my skin. And I know with a bone-deep certainty that the abomination that nearly claimed my life in the depths of the Adirondack wilderness was no mere accident of nature. It was a harbinger, a warning of horrors yet to come. For there are older and fouler things than man lurking in the forgotten corners of our world, primordial malevolences that view our dominion as little more than a momentary irritation. They have slumbered in their hidden places, patiently waiting as millennia ticked by, and civilizations rose and fell, like so much flotsam on the tides of history. But they are stirring now, shaking off the dust of aeons as our species crowds ever further into the wild and forsaken places. And when they rise, ravenous and pitiless and swollen with the rancid remains of our despoiled planet, all our vaunted science and technology will be as leaves before a hurricane. The frail web of logic and reason we've spun for ourselves will melt like dew beneath the bloated crimson harvest moon, and the true inheritors of the earth will once more hold sway in a kingdom of blood and madness. The old drunk at the end of the bar raises his glass in sardonic salute and downs the dregs in a single convulsive gulp. Believe or disbelieve as you see fit. Take the ramblings of a shattered old man for what you will, but never forget, even for an instant, how precarious our dominion over this earth truly is. For the wild still has teeth, and the deep dark places will always hunger for our demise. The hike up the Rocky Mountains was brutal, but none of us minded. We were too caught up in the excitement of being out here, miles away from civilization, just four friends and the untamed wilderness. The air carried the sharp scent of pine and something else, something wild and ancient that made my pulse quicken with anticipation. I glanced over at Brandon, who wore the biggest grin I'd ever seen, his eyes sparkling like those of someone who'd just discovered buried treasure. We all felt it. That intoxicating rush of freedom that only comes when you've left the modern world far behind. Casey took the lead as always, his experienced eyes scanning the trail ahead, pointing out elk tracks pressed deep into the mud and sharing stories about the massive black bears that roamed these peaks. His knowledge of the wilderness was encyclopedic, gained through decades of hunting and hiking in these very mountains. When we finally established our camp as the sun began its descent behind the jagged peaks, the sky erupted in brilliant shades of amber and crimson. The temperature dropped rapidly, but our fire caught quickly, sending sparks dancing upward into the gathering darkness. Soon we were lost in conversation, roasting hot dogs and sharing stories that grew more embellished with each telling. The night felt infinite and protective, as if we existed in a bubble of warmth and light surrounded by the vast darkness of the wilderness. I could hear the fire crackling hungrily, consuming the dry timber we'd gathered, and the wind whispered secrets through the towering pines that surrounded our clearing. In the distance, the haunting calls of coyotes echoed across the valley, a reminder that we were visitors in their domain. Everything felt perfectly balanced. 4 friends, unlimited wilderness, and the promise of adventure stretching out before us like an unwritten book. But as the darkness deepened around our small circle of light, something changed. The comfortable sounds of the wilderness began to fade, replaced by an oppressive quiet that seemed to press against my eardrums. Then, cutting through that unnatural silence like a blade, came a sound that made every muscle in my body tense. It was a low, rumbling growl that seemed to originate from somewhere deep in the black spaces between the trees. The sound was unlike anything I'd encountered before, too deep for a coyote, too threatening for an elk, and carrying an undertone of pure aggression that made my skin crawl with primitive fear. Brandon's head snapped up from the fire, his expression shifting from relaxed contentment to sharp alertness in an instant. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the crackling flames. Marcus tried to laugh it off, but I caught the slight tremor in his voice when he said, "Probably just a bear checking us out. They're curious about the fire." But his eyes kept darting toward the tree line, and I noticed his hand had unconsciously moved closer to the bear spray clipped to his belt. The growl came again, closer this time, and with it came something that made my blood feel like ice water in my veins. It wasn't just the sound itself, it was the intelligence behind it. This wasn't the random vocalization of a wild animal going about its business. This was deliberate, calculated, as if something was testing us, measuring our reactions. Casey's weathered face had gone pale in the firelight. He'd spent more time in these mountains than the rest of us combined, and if he was worried, we should all be terrified. "That's not a bear," he said quietly, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "Bears don't sound like that." The fire suddenly seemed inadequate against the pressing darkness. Every shadow beyond our small circle could be hiding something with teeth and claws and intentions we couldn't fathom. The comforting sounds of the wilderness remained absent, as if every living thing in the forest was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. We retreated to our tents that night, but rest was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, that menacing growl echoed in my memory, and every small sound from outside made me bolt upright with my heart hammering against my ribs. The thin nylon walls of my tent felt like tissue paper against whatever had made that sound. I lay there in my sleeping bag, staring at the fabric ceiling and listening to the others shifting restlessly in their own tents. Occasionally, someone would clear their throat or adjust their position, and I knew I wasn't the only one lying awake, afraid to let down my guard even for a moment. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps outside. Heavy, deliberate footsteps that circled our camp with methodical precision. I wanted to call out, to wake the others, but terror had locked my voice in my throat. The footsteps stopped directly outside my tent, and I could hear something breathing. Deep, slow breaths that seemed to go on forever. Then, just as suddenly as it had arrived, the presence moved on. The footsteps continued their circuit around our camp before fading back into the forest. I remained frozen in my sleeping bag until dawn, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly, afraid that any sound might bring that thing back. When morning finally arrived, we emerged from our tents haggard and hollow-eyed. None of us had gotten any real rest, and the strain showed on every face. We barely spoke as we prepared breakfast, each of us lost in our own thoughts and fears about what we'd experienced. As Casey prepared to douse the remains of our fire, Brandon called out from the edge of our campsite. His voice was tight with fear and disbelief. "You need to see this," he said, pointing at the ground near his feet. We gathered around him and stared at what he'd discovered. Pressed deep into the soft earth were footprints unlike anything I'd ever seen. They were enormous, easily twice the size of Marcus's size 12 boots, and the depth suggested something far heavier than any of us. But it was the shape that made my stomach turn. They were almost human in configuration, but elongated and distorted, with what appeared to be claw marks extending beyond where toes should be. The prints formed a complete circle around our campsite, confirming what I'd heard during the night. Something had indeed walked around our tents while we lay terrified and helpless inside. The spacing between the prints suggested a creature with an impossibly long stride, something that could cover ground with frightening efficiency. Casey knelt beside one of the prints, his face grave. He was a man who'd tracked everything from deer to mountain lions, but this clearly disturbed him. "I've never seen anything like this," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "The size, the depth. Whatever made these had to weigh at least 400 pounds, maybe more." Marcus crouched down beside another print, his hands shaking as he held them up for comparison. The print dwarfed his hands completely. "This can't be real," he muttered. But the evidence was right there in the dirt. Undeniable and terrifying. We made the decision to pack up immediately. Whatever had visited us in the night clearly viewed us as prey, and staying in the same area would be suicidal. As we broke down our camp with frantic efficiency, I kept glancing at the tree line, expecting to see something massive and hostile emerge from the shadows. The hike back toward the trailhead should have been straightforward. We'd covered this same ground just 2 days earlier. But everything felt different now. The forest seemed darker, more menacing, and the trail that had been so clear on our way up now seemed to twist and branch in confusing directions. Worse still, we weren't alone. Throughout the morning, we caught glimpses of something moving parallel to our route, staying just out of clear sight but close enough to let us know it was there. Branches would snap in the distance, or a shadow would flicker between the trees, always at the edge of our vision. Brandon kept looking over his shoulder, his face pale with fear. "It's following us," he said, stating what we all knew but didn't want to acknowledge. "It's been tracking us for hours." The realization that we were being hunted by something intelligent and patient was almost too much to bear. This wasn't a chance encounter with a wild animal. This was deliberate stalking by a predator that understood our weaknesses and limitations. By midday, the psychological pressure had become unbearable. Every step felt like it might be our last. Every sound from the forest made us jump and spin around, searching for threats that remained just out of sight. Our pursuer was playing with us, letting us know it was there, but never revealing itself completely. Casey tried to maintain some semblance of leadership, but I could see the fear in his eyes. His decades of wilderness experience hadn't prepared him for this. "We need to keep moving," he said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. "If we can reach the truck before dark." He didn't finish the sentence. We all understood what would happen if we were caught in the open after sunset. As afternoon faded into evening, our stalker became bolder. The sounds of its movement grew closer and more frequent, and occasionally we caught clearer glimpses of something massive moving through the trees. It was staying just beyond rifle range, but its presence was a constant reminder that we were completely outmatched. When we stopped for a brief rest, Marcus made a discovery that confirmed our worst fears. Fresh prints in the muddy bank of a small stream showed that our pursuer had crossed ahead of us at some point. It wasn't just following, it was herding us, driving us in a specific direction for reasons we couldn't understand. It's trying to cut us off from the trail, Casey realized, his voice heavy with dread. It knows where we're going, and it's getting there first. The tactical implications were terrifying. We were dealing with something that understood strategy and planning, something that could think several moves ahead. It had turned the forest into a chessboard, and we were just pawns being maneuvered into position for capture. As the sun sank lower, we abandoned any pretense of an orderly retreat. We were running now, crashing through underbrush and scrambling over fallen logs with desperate energy. Behind us, we could hear our pursuer matching our pace effortlessly, the sound of its movement growing steadily closer. My lungs burned and my legs felt like rubber, but pure terror kept me moving. Every breath was a struggle, every step a monumental effort, but stopping meant death. The forest blurred past us as we fled, branches tearing at our clothes and faces as we fought our way through the undergrowth. Just as full darkness was about to claim the forest, we stumbled into a small clearing where we'd planned to make our final camp before reaching the trailhead. But our pursuer had anticipated this move. As we burst from the tree line, exhausted and gasping, we found ourselves face to face with our nightmare. It stood at the far edge of the clearing, and in that moment, all our worst fears were confirmed. The creature was massive, easily 8 feet tall, and built like a nightmare fusion of man and beast. Its body was covered in dark, matted fur, and its eyes reflected our flashlight beams with an intelligence that was somehow more terrifying than any mindless animal aggression. For a long moment, neither we nor the creature moved. It studied us with those unnaturally intelligent eyes, and I had the horrible feeling that it was deciding which of us to take first. The silence stretched on, broken only by our ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Then Marcus made a fatal mistake. He raised his rifle, and the creature's demeanor changed instantly from watchful patience to explosive violence. It let out a roar that seemed to shake the very ground beneath our feet, a sound filled with such primal fury that my entire body went numb with terror. What happened next occurred too fast for my mind to fully process. The creature moved with impossible speed for something so large, covering the distance between us in 3 massive bounds. Brandon screamed, a sound I'll hear in my nightmares for the rest of my life, as enormous claws wrapped around his torso and lifted him off the ground. The last thing I saw of my friend was his face, twisted in agony and terror, as he disappeared into the darkness beyond the clearing. His screams echoed through the forest for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, growing fainter and more desperate before finally cutting off with horrible suddenness. The 3 of us who remained stood frozen in shock for precious seconds that almost cost us our lives. Then Casey grabbed my arm and shouted something I couldn't hear over the blood roaring in my ears, and we ran. We ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, crashing through the forest in blind panic, guided only by Casey's flickering flashlight and the desperate need to put distance between us and that monster. Branches slashed at my face and thorns tore at my clothes, but I felt none of it. My entire world had narrowed to the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other, of keeping up with the others, of staying alive for just one more minute. Behind us, I could hear the creature pursuing, but whether it was toying with us or actually trying to catch us, I couldn't tell. We ran through the night, stopping only when exhaustion forced us to, then pushing on again when terror overcame fatigue. Sometime before dawn, we stumbled onto the main trail, and by full daylight, we could see our truck in the parking area below. The sight of that battered pickup sitting in the morning sunlight was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. We stumbled down the final stretch of trail like zombies, our energy completely spent, but driven on by the promise of escape. Casey fumbled with the keys while Marcus and I kept watch on the tree line, expecting our pursuer to emerge at any moment for one final attack. The engine turned over on the first try, a miracle I credited to God's mercy, and we were moving before all the doors were completely closed. I kept looking back as we drove away, expecting to see that massive form emerge from the forest, but the woods remained still and silent. We drove in complete silence for the first hour, each of us lost in our own thoughts and trauma. When we finally did speak, it was only to agree that no one would believe what we'd experienced. Brandon's disappearance would be reported as a hiking accident, and the truth would remain our secret burden. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I still hear that roar echoing across the years. And I know that somewhere in those dark mountains, something that shouldn't exist is still watching, still waiting for the next group of unsuspecting hikers to venture too far from the safety of civilization. The wilderness keeps its secrets, and some of those secrets have teeth. The summer of 2018 should have been like any other. I was 21, fresh off my third year studying theater at Manchester, and desperate for the familiar comfort of our annual camping tradition. The five of us had kept this ritual alive since our Duke of Edinburgh days, that peculiarly British program that throws teenagers into the wilderness and expects them to emerge as functioning adults. I remember the exact moment everything started to go wrong. It was a Thursday evening when we gathered at Cheggers Flat, the air thick with anticipation and the smell of cheap lager. Cheggers, whose real name was Benedict, but who'd earned his nickname after a particularly embarrassing incident involving breakfast cereal and too much vodka, was meticulously checking his camping gear. His engineering background meant everything had to be perfect. Every tent peg accounted for. Every gas canister weighed. Powell sat in the corner, his massive frame taking up most of the sofa. Despite his intimidating size, 6'4" and built like a professional athlete, he was oddly quiet that night. His usual boisterous energy seemed dampened, and he kept checking his phone with an expression I couldn't quite read. Later, I'd understand why. Sammy and Brody arrived together, as always. They'd been inseparable since secondary school, Sammy with his wild curls and infectious laugh, Brody perpetually buried in whatever obscure philosophy book he'd discovered that week. They brought with them 3 cases of beer and enough meat to feed a small army, our standard supplies for a week in the wilderness. Right then, Cheggers announced, spreading an ordnance survey map across his coffee table. Same spot as always? The spot in question was a secluded patch of forest in the Yorkshire Dales, miles from the nearest village. We'd discovered it 2 years prior, completely by accident when Cheggers had taken a wrong turn trying to find a designated campsite. Instead, we'd found paradise, a natural clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, with a stream running nearby and not a soul in sight. Actually, Powell spoke up, his voice strangely tight. Maybe we should try somewhere new this year. We all turned to stare at him. Powell never suggested changes to our plans. He was a creature of habit, finding comfort in routine. Why? Brody asked, looking up from his book, something about existentialism that made my head hurt just reading the cover. Powell shrugged, but I noticed his jaw clench. Just thought it might be good to explore somewhere different. Nonsense, Cheggers said, folding the map with practiced precision. Our spot is perfect, private, beautiful, and we've already built that fire pit. Be ashamed to waste it. The discussion was over. When Cheggers made a decision, it usually stuck. Powell said nothing more, but I caught him staring at the map with an expression that, in retrospect, looked almost like dread. Friday morning arrived gray and drizzling, typical Yorkshire weather that we'd learned to embrace rather than endure. Cheggers' Volvo estate was packed to the brim, 5 lads worth of gear crammed into every available space. I claimed the middle back seat, sandwiched between Sammy and Brody, while Powell rode shotgun, his long legs barely fitting even with the seat pushed all the way back. The drive north took 3 hours, winding through increasingly narrow roads as we left civilization behind. The radio signal faded somewhere near Skipton, leaving us with only Brody's questionable music collection for entertainment. Powell remained unusually quiet, staring out the window at the passing moorland. "You all right, mate?" I asked, leaning forward to tap his shoulder. He turned, and for a moment I saw something in his eyes. Fear? Anxiety? But then he smiled, that familiar Powell grin that could light up a room. "Yeah, just thinking about me training schedule. Coach wants me running 10 miles a day when I get back." It was a lie. I knew Powell well enough to recognize when he was deflecting, but I didn't push. If something was bothering him, he'd tell us when he was ready. That was our way. No pressure, no judgment. The final stretch of road was barely more than a dirt track, Chegger's Volvo bouncing over potholes and struggling through muddy patches. The trees closed in around us, their branches scraping against the roof like skeletal fingers. The sound set my teeth on edge, though I couldn't say why. "Getting proper Blair Witch vibes here," Sammy joked, but his laugh sounded forced. We reached the small gravel car park, really just a widened bit of track, around 2 in the afternoon. It was empty as always. That was part of the appeal. This place was so far off the beaten path that even dedicated hikers rarely found it. The hike to our clearing took another 40 minutes, following a barely visible path through dense undergrowth. We'd done it enough times that muscle memory took over, my feet finding familiar roots and rocks even as my mind wandered. The forest was unusually quiet. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Just our own breathing and the crunch of leaves beneath our boots. When we finally emerged into our clearing, I felt the familiar rush of homecoming. It looked exactly as we'd left it the previous summer. The circle of stones we'd arranged for our fire pit. The flat area perfect for pitching tents. The stream gurgling cheerfully nearby. But something felt different. Wrong. Somehow. "Is it just me?" Brody said slowly. "Or does it feel like someone's been here?" He was right. The fire pit looked recently used, though no ashes remained. The grass where we usually pitched our tents was flattened in unfamiliar patterns. And there was a smell, faint but unmistakable, of smoke and something else. Something organic and unpleasant. Probably just hikers passing through, Chegger said. But he was frowning as he surveyed our campsite. "Come on, let's get set up before it starts raining again." We fell into our familiar routine. Chegger's directing tent placement with military precision, Powell gathering firewood, Sammy and Brody arguing about the optimal barbecue setup, and me trying to help everyone while mostly getting in the way. By evening, our camp looked like home. 5 tents arranged in a semicircle around the fire pit, camp chairs set up, coolers strategically placed. The first night was perfect. We grilled steaks over the fire, drank beer, and told the same stories we'd been telling for years. Powell seemed to relax as darkness fell, even joining in when Sammy started an impromptu sing-along of terrible 90s pop songs. The forest around us came alive with nocturnal sounds. Owls hooting, foxes screaming in the distance, the rustle of night creatures going about their business. I remember thinking, as I crawled into my tent sometime after midnight, that I'd been silly to feel uneasy earlier. This was our place, our tradition. Nothing could spoil it. I woke to the sound of voices. For a moment, disoriented and hungover, I thought one of the lads was talking in his sleep. But the voices were coming from outside, unfamiliar, and getting closer. I checked my phone, 7:23 a.m. Too early for any of us to be voluntarily awake. Unzipping my tent, I peered out to see 2 figures entering our clearing. They moved slowly, weighed down by enormous rucksacks, and appeared to be arguing about something. As they drew closer, I could make out details. An older couple, probably in their 60s, dressed in what looked like army surplus gear that had seen better days. The woman was rail thin, her gray hair wild and unkempt, held back by a tie-dyed bandana. Her eyes, magnified by thick glasses, darted around our campsite with unsettling intensity. The man was her opposite, broad and heavy-set, with a beard that reached halfway down his chest. He wore an ancient military jacket covered in patches and pins, and atop his head sat the most bizarre hat I'd ever seen, like a fishing hat that had been attacked by a craft store. They stopped when they saw me watching them. "Morning," the woman called out, her voice high and reedy. "Didn't expect to find anyone else here." By now the commotion had woken the others. Heads began emerging from tents like curious meerkats. Powell was the last to appear, and when he did, I saw all the color drain from his face. "Mr. Hemley," I said, the recognition hitting me like a slap. "Is that you?" The man's face split into a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Well, one of my former students. What are the odds?" Graham Hemley had been my art teacher for 4 years at Thornfield Secondary. He'd been one of those teachers that students either loved or hated, no middle ground. I'd been firmly in the love camp, spending countless lunch hours in his classroom, working on projects and listening to his stories about his younger days as a traveling artist. He'd left suddenly during my GCSE year. One day he was there, the next we had a supply teacher who became permanent. No explanation, no goodbye. Just gone. "This is Krishna," he said, gesturing to the woman beside him. She gave us a little wave, her movements bird-like and quick. "We're doing a tour of all the old camping spots from my youth." Cheggers and Sammy recognized him too, gathering around with surprised exclamations. Only Powell hung back, and when I glanced at him, he was staring at Hemley with an expression of pure loathing. I'll go get more firewood," Powell muttered, and before anyone could respond, he'd stalked off into the trees. "Bit early for that, isn't it?" Hemley called after him, but Powell was already gone. We helped them set up their tent, a moldy-looking thing that probably hadn't been aired out since the 1970s. Krishna kept up a constant stream of chatter about ley lines and energy vortexes, while Hemley watched us work with that same unsettling grin. "So how did you know about this place?" Cheggers asked as we hammered in the last tent peg. "Oh, I've been coming here for decades," Hemley said. "Long before you boys discovered it. Used to bring friends here, for gatherings." Something about the way he said gatherings made my skin crawl. "In fact," he continued, "I was here just last month. Used your fire pit, hope you don't mind. Very well constructed." That explained the signs of recent use, but not the smell. Up close I realized it was coming from them. A mixture of unwashed bodies, stale smoke, and something chemical I couldn't identify. "We should do breakfast," Sammy suggested, ever the peacemaker. "You're welcome to join us." "How kind," Krishna said, her magnified eyes fixing on me. "We'd love that." The day passed in a blur of forced politeness. Hemley regaled us with stories from his teaching days, carefully avoiding any mention of why he'd left. Krishna disappeared for hours at a time, returning with bags of mushrooms and plants she'd foraged, lecturing us about their properties in exhausting detail. Powell didn't return until late afternoon. When he finally emerged from the woods, sweaty and scratched from bushwhacking through undergrowth, he took one look at Hemley still holding court by our fire, and immediately announced he was going for a swim in the stream. "I'll come with you," I offered, but he shook his head sharply. "Need some alone time," he said, and there was something in his voice that stopped me from arguing. As evening approached, we started preparing dinner. Hemley and Krishna hadn't contributed any food, I noticed, but they hovered around our camp stove like hungry ghosts. The smell from their direction had gotten worse, a cloying chemical stink that made my eyes water. "You lads fancy getting a bit enlightened tonight?" Hemley asked suddenly, producing a collection of small plastic bags from his jacket pocket. My blood went cold. The bags contained pills, tabs of what looked like LSD, and an enormous quantity of dried mushrooms. "Just picked these today," Krishna said, holding up the mushrooms. It was obviously a lie. They were professionally dried and packaged. "No thanks," I said quickly. "We're good with beer." "Oh, come on." Hemley's voice took on a wheedling tone. "Don't be so pedestrian. When I was your age, we understood the importance of expanding consciousness." Cheggers, always curious, leaned forward. "What kind of mushrooms are those?" "Liberty caps," Krishna said, then caught herself. "Well, mostly. Some others mixed in, all perfectly safe." "Define safe," Brody muttered. Hemley's grin widened. "Safe is relative, isn't it? But I guarantee you'll have an experience you'll never forget." "I'll stick to weed, thanks," Cheggers said. "Got any of that?" Hemley's expression soured slightly, but he produced a small bag of cannabis. "This is quite strong," he warned. "Not your usual student rubbish." He wasn't wrong. After just a few drags of the joint he reluctantly shared, I felt my head spinning. The smoke tasted wrong, chemical, and harsh. Cheggers took a huge drag and immediately started coughing. "Bloody hell," he gasped. "What's in this?" "Oh, just some herbs mixed in," Krishna said vaguely, "for enhancement." By now, Sammy and Brody had retreated to their tents, citing early morning headaches. Powell was still nowhere to be seen. That left just me and Cheggers with the increasingly insistent couple. "How about some tea?" Hemley suggested, already filling our kettle with stream water. "Mushroom tea is much gentler than eating them raw." "We're fine," I insisted, but he was already adding handfuls of mushrooms to the boiling water. The smell that arose was earthy and somehow wrong, like soil from a grave. "Just try a sip," Krishna urged, her hand suddenly on my shoulder. Her fingers were cold even through my jacket. "It'll help with the cannabis effects." Cheggers, clearly more affected by the doctored joint than I was, grabbed a mug before I could stop him. "Why not?" he slurred and downed half of it in one go. The change was almost immediate. His pupils dilated until his eyes were almost black, and he stood up abruptly, swaying. "I can see them," he whispered. "In the trees. They're watching us." "Who's watching us?" I asked, alarmed. "The little people," he said, then laughed, a high, unhinged sound. "They're everywhere." He stumbled off toward the tree line, arms outstretched like he was trying to embrace something invisible. "Shouldn't someone go after him?" I asked. "He'll be fine," Hemley assured me. "First time can be intense. Here, have some tea. It'll help you understand what he's experiencing." The mug was thrust into my hands. Up close, I could see things floating in the murky liquid, not just mushroom pieces, but other plant matter I couldn't identify. Hemley and Krishna watched me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "I'm good," I said, setting the mug down. "Don't be rude." Krishna's voice hardened. "We're sharing our sacred medicine with you." "Drink," Hemley commanded, and there was something in his tone that transported me back to being 14 in his classroom, desperate for approval. I pretended to sip, keeping my lips closed. The liquid was hot against my mouth, and even that brief contact made my lips tingle unpleasantly. "More," Hemley urged. "You need a proper dose." They pressed closer, and I realized with growing panic that I was trapped between them and the fire. In the distance, I could hear Cheggers crashing through the underbrush, shouting about fairies. The next hour exists in my memory as fragments, puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. The small amount of tea that had touched my lips, combined with whatever had been in that joint, was enough to alter my perception. The forest around us seemed to pulse and breathe, the trees leaning in to listen to our conversation. Hemley's face kept shifting in the firelight, his features stretching and distorting. He was telling a story about a commune he'd lived on in Wales during the 1960s, but his words seemed to come from very far away. Complete freedom, he was saying. No boundaries, no shame. We understood that society's rules were just constructs designed to control us. Krishna had moved behind me, her hands on my shoulders again, rubbing in circular motions that made my skin crawl. "You have such tense energy," she murmured. "You need to release it." "I'm fine," I managed, trying to pull away, but my limbs felt heavy and uncooperative. "You know what would help?" Hemley leaned in close and I could smell his breath, sour and chemical. "Skin-to-skin contact with the earth. We should all get sky-clad." "Sky what?" "Nude," Krishna clarified, her hands moving down my arms. "It's the natural state. Nothing to be ashamed of." Warning bells were screaming in my head, but they seemed muffled, like they were coming from underwater. I tried to stand, but Hemley's hand pressed down on my shoulder, keeping me in place. "Relax," he said, but his grin had taken on a predatory quality. "We're all friends here. In fact, I remember you being quite talented in my class. Such a creative boy. I always notice the creative ones." Something about that phrase cut through the fog in my brain. I'd heard rumors after he left, whispers about why he'd really gone, about complaints from students. I'd dismissed them at the time, not wanting to believe ill of my favorite teacher. "I need to check on Cheggers," I said, trying again to stand. "He's fine," Krishna insisted. "But you're not. You're fighting the medicine. Here, take this." She tried to push a pill between my lips. I turned my head away, but Hemley grabbed my chin, forcing me to face him. "Don't be difficult," he said, his voice hard now. "We're trying to help you evolve." That's when I saw Powell. He stood at the edge of the firelight, a massive branch in his hands, his face twisted with rage. He looked like something out of a nightmare, or perhaps in my altered state like an avenging angel. "Get your hands off him," Powell said, his voice deadly calm. Hemley released my chin, turning to face Powell with that same unsettling grin. "Ah, the runaway returns. Still having your little tantrums, I see," I said. Powell took a step closer, hefting the branch. "Get away from him." "Or what?" Hemley stood, spreading his arms wide. "You'll hit a teacher? Still the same violent little boy who couldn't control his temper." Powell's face went white, then red. "I was 12 years old, you sick bastard." The words hung in the air like a physical presence. Suddenly, horribly, everything made sense. Powell's reaction to seeing Hemley, his refusal to be alone with him, the way Hemley kept needling him about his temper. Now, Hemley said, his tone patronizing. "No need for name-calling. We both know nothing inappropriate happened. You always did have an overactive imagination." That's when Powell snapped. The branch came down on Hemley's tent with a crack like thunder. The ancient fabric split apart, poles snapping like matchsticks. Krishna screamed, a high, piercing sound that seemed to go on forever. "You want to drug my friends?" Powell brought the branch down again, this time on their camping gear. "You want to do to them what you tried to do to me?" Hemley scrambled backward, all pretense of calm gone. "You're insane. Krishna, call the police." "With what signal?" Powell laughed, but there was no humor in it. "We're 20 miles from nowhere, you piece of garbage." He advanced on Hemley, who was now pressed against a tree, hands raised defensively. Krishna tried to grab Powell's arm, but he shrugged her off like she weighed nothing. "You know what you did," Powell said, his voice breaking. "That weekend trip to Marsden Farm. You came into the showers every night. You made those comments. You tried to—" "I was checking on the students," Hemley protested. "It was my responsibility." "You were a predator," Powell roared. "And when I finally told my parents, when they went to the school, you disappeared. But not before you'd done the same to 3 other kids in my year." My head was clearing now, adrenaline burning through whatever drugs were in my system. I stood on shaky legs, moving to stand beside Powell. Is that true? I asked Hemley. His silence was answer enough. Get out, Powell said quietly. Pack what you can carry and get out. If I see you near my friends again, if I ever see you near any young people again, I'll do worse than break your tent. Hemley's mask finally slipped completely. The genial art teacher was gone, replaced by something nasty and cornered. You can't prove anything, he spat. It's your word against mine, just like before. Maybe, Powell agreed. But right now, it's my branch against your skull, your choice. Krishna was already gathering their things, shoving items randomly into bags. Graham, let's just go, she pleaded. These aren't the right energies. Listen to your girlfriend, I advised, finding my voice. Leave now, and we won't follow you to your car to make sure you actually go. It took them 20 minutes to pack what they could salvage. 20 minutes of Powell standing guard with his branch while I went to check on Cheggers, passed out in a pile of leaves muttering about gnomes, and wake Sammy and Brody. As they prepared to leave, Hemley turned back one last time. You always were an uptight little prig, he told Powell. No wonder you needed extra attention. Powell raised the branch, and Hemley quickly turned away, following Krishna into the darkness. We waited a full hour before Powell finally lowered his weapon. Then he sat down hard by the fire and put his head in his hands. The rest of the night passed in a blur of revelations and recriminations. Powell told us everything, how Hemley had targeted him during that school trip, the inappropriate touching disguised as checking on him, the comments about his developing body, how he'd been too scared and ashamed to tell anyone for months, and how when he finally did, the school had quietly encouraged Hemley to resign rather than face a proper investigation. There were others, Powell said, staring into the dying fire. Jamie Northwood, Eric Tam, Ben Cross, all of us in the special education program. He thought we were easy targets because some of us had learning difficulties. Thought we wouldn't be believed. God, Powell, I said, feeling sick. I'm so sorry I had no idea. Why would you? He shrugged. He was careful. Never did anything to the mainstream kids, the ones with involved parents and good grades. Just us problem children. Sammy and Brody sat in stunned silence. We'd all had Hemley as a teacher, all thought he was one of the good ones. The betrayal felt like a physical wound. As dawn broke, Cheggers finally stirred from his mushroom-induced stupor. We told him everything while forcing water and bread into him, trying to counteract whatever he'd ingested. Should we call the police? Brody asked. Powell shook his head. And say what? That our old teacher tried to drug us. They'd say we invited it, buying weed off him. And everything else, it's all historical. My word against his, like he said. We packed up that morning in near silence. The clearing that had been our sanctuary for years now felt tainted, poisoned by what had happened there. As we hiked back to the car, I kept expecting to see Hemley and Krishna lurking behind trees, waiting for another chance. But the forest was empty, except for us. The drive home was subdued. Powell sat in the front again, but this time his posture was relaxed, like a weight had been lifted. About halfway back, he finally spoke. Thank you, he said simply, for believing me, for not asking why I didn't warn you about him. You shouldn't have had to deal with that alone, Cheggers said, hands tight on the steering wheel. We're your mates. We should have known something was wrong. You couldn't have known, Powell replied. I've gotten very good at hiding it. But seeing him again, seeing him trying the same grooming techniques on you lot, I couldn't let it happen again. We never went back to that clearing. Our camping trips continued, but we found new places, made new memories. Powell got therapy, finally dealing with trauma he'd carried for almost a decade. I looked up Hemley recently. He's in his 80s now, living in some retirement community in Devon. Krishna, whose real name turned out to be Jennifer Weatherby, died in 2021. There were never any formal charges, no justice in the legal sense. But sometimes I think about that night in the woods, about Powell standing there with his branch like some ancient warrior protecting his tribe. Sometimes justice doesn't come from courtrooms or police stations. Sometimes it comes from friends who refuse to let evil repeat itself, who stand up and say, "No more." The clearing is probably still there, slowly being reclaimed by the forest. I hope no one else finds it. Some places should be left to rot, along with the memories of what happened there. But the lesson remains. Evil can wear familiar faces, trusted faces. And sometimes the people we least expect to be heroes are the ones who save us when we need it most. That's why I'm telling this story now, years later. Because somewhere out there might be another group of friends, another isolated place, another predator wearing the mask of mentorship. And maybe, just maybe, reading this will help someone recognize the danger signs before it's too late. Or maybe it will help someone like Powell, carrying silent trauma, watching for signs of danger others can't see, know that their vigilance matters, that protecting others from what happened to them is a form of heroism that deserves recognition. The monsters in our stories aren't always strangers in dark alleys. Sometimes they're people we trusted, people who were supposed to guide and protect us. But here's the thing about monsters. They're only powerful when we're alone. When we stand together, when we believe each other, when we refuse to let shame and fear silence us, they become what they really are. Pathetic. Aging predators who rely on our isolation to survive. Powell saved us that night, but in a way we saved each other. And that bond, forged in fear and solidified in truth, is stronger than any drug, any manipulation, any attempt to reclaim power over us. Some things, once broken, can't be fixed. Trust, innocence, the ability to see certain people as purely good. These are casualties of knowledge. But from those breaks can grow something stronger. Vigilance without paranoia, protection without overreach, and the ironclad certainty that we will not let it happen again. Not on our watch. Not to our people. Never again. You know that sense of excitement when you finally take your RV out after a long work week? Yeah, that's the feeling I had driving up to Ravens Gorge, a secluded spot in the Montana wilderness. This wasn't my first time RV camping, but it was definitely the first time I chose to do it solo. My wife, Emma, and our kids, Liam and Zoe, had other plans, so I figured why not have a little adventure of my own? The campsite at Ravens Gorge was everything an outdoor enthusiast could dream of. Towering pines, the sound of a distant stream, and an eerie quietness that made you feel like the only person in the world. I parked my RV in a clearing, surrounded by trees, their branches arching over like a cathedral roof. As I set up camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching me from the dense forest. I tried to brush it off as just my imagination running wild. Setting up was quick, and soon enough I had my fire going, the familiar crackle bringing a sense of comfort. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, I sat back in my folding chair, letting the tranquility sink in. The shadows lengthened, stretching across the clearing like grasping fingers. A cool breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of decay. Now, I'm not a paranoid guy, but there was something about that place that made me uneasy. Maybe it was the isolation, or the way the wind seemed to whisper through the trees. Still, I tried to brush it off as the typical jitters of being alone in the wild. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with nocturnal sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and something else. A sound I couldn't quite place, like the muffled whimper of a child. I shook my head, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I decided to turn in for the night, securing the RV and making sure everything was locked up tight. The fire was dying down, and the chill in the air was getting more pronounced. I crawled into my bed, the comforting hum of the RV's heater lulling me to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange noise, a sort of rustling sound. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal, but as I listened closer, it became evident that whatever was making the noise was much closer and far too deliberate to be an animal. My heart started pounding, but I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that I was just being paranoid. The noise grew louder, moving around the RV, scraping against the metal. It sounded like long, sharp nails dragging across the surface. I reached for the baseball bat I kept by the bed, call it a precaution, and tiptoed towards the door. My palms were sweaty, gripping the bat tightly. I felt like a character in one of those cheesy horror movies, but this was no movie. This was real, and the fear coursing through my veins was all too tangible. Peeking through the small window, I couldn't see anything but darkness. The moonlight was weak, barely illuminating the clearing. Taking a deep breath, I decided to step outside, bat at the ready. As soon as I opened the door, the cold air hit me, and my breath formed a cloud in front of me. The rustling stopped abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence. I scanned the area, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. That's when I saw it, a shadow moving swiftly between the trees. It was too fast for me to make out any details, but it was definitely not human. Its movements were fluid yet unnatural, like nothing I'd ever seen before. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding braver than I felt. No response. The shadow seemed to have disappeared, leaving me standing there like an idiot, bat in hand, heart racing. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. Sleep was out of the question now. I sat in the driver's seat, bat across my lap, keeping watch through the windshield. Hours passed, and the forest remained silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Just as the first light of dawn began to creep in, I must have dozed off because I woke up to the sound of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps approaching the RV. I jolted awake, grabbing the bat again, and moved to the door. The footsteps stopped just outside. I could hear someone, or something, breathing, the sound too close for comfort. My heart pounded in my chest as I flung the door open, ready to confront whatever was out there. Standing before me was a figure, tall and gaunt, with a face that looked like it was made of bark and leaves. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly green light, and where its mouth should have been, there was only a dark, gaping hole. In its hand, it held what looked like a crude spear made from a sharpened branch. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. It didn't respond, just stared at me with those glowing eyes, the spear twitching in its grip. I tightened my hold on the bat, ready to defend myself. The creature took a step forward, and instinct kicked in. I swung the bat, aiming for its head, but it was quick. It dodged, and the spear came slashing towards me. I managed to deflect it with the bat, but the force knocked me off balance. The creature lunged again, and this time I wasn't so lucky. The spear grazed my arm, leaving a burning sensation in its wake. I swung wildly, catching it on the side of its head. It stumbled back, a strange, thick liquid oozing from the wound. "Stay back!" I yelled, adrenaline pumping through me. But it wasn't done. It came at me again, more ferocious this time. We struggled, the bat and spear clashing in a deadly dance. It managed to pin me against the side of the RV, the spear pressing dangerously close to my throat. In a desperate move, I brought my knee up into its midsection. It let out an inhuman screech, its grip loosening just enough for me to push it off. With all my strength, I swung the bat one last time, connecting with its head. There was a sickening crack, and the creature crumpled to the ground, the spear slipping from its hand. I stood there, panting, blood dripping from my arm, staring at the creature's motionless body. To my horror, it began to disintegrate before my eyes, turning into leaves and twigs that were quickly carried away by the wind. Shaken to my core, I stumbled back into the RV, grabbing my first aid kit to tend to my wound. It wasn't deep, but it burned like fire, and strange, root-like patterns were spreading from the cut. Panic set in as I realized this was far beyond my understanding. I needed help, and fast. I tried to start the RV, but the engine sputtered and died. Looking out the windshield, I saw that the clearing was now surrounded by a thick, unnatural fog. The trees seemed to have closed in, their branches reaching towards the RV like gnarled hands. In the distance, I could hear more of those inhuman screeches. My mind raced, trying to figure out a plan. I was trapped in this nightmare, with no way to call for help and no idea what I was up against. As the fog crept closer and the screeches grew louder, I realized that my solo adventure had turned into a fight for survival. And as the first of many dark shapes emerged from the mist, I gripped my bat tightly, knowing that the real horror was just beginning. As the first of many dark shapes emerged from the mist, I gripped my bat tightly, knowing that the real horror was just beginning. The creatures swarmed around the RV, their twisted forms a nightmarish blend of plant and animal. I could hear them scratching at the metal, searching for a way in. My mind raced, trying to figure out a way out of this hellish situation. That's when I remembered I had a flare gun in the emergency kit. With shaking hands, I retrieved the flare gun and loaded it. The scratching intensified, and I could see the door beginning to buckle under the assault. It was now or never. I flung open the door and fired the flare into the sky. The bright red light illuminated the clearing, revealing dozens of the creatures surrounding me. They recoiled from the sudden burst of light, giving me a moment's reprieve. In that brief window of opportunity, I made a mad dash for the tree line. I could hear them pursuing me, their inhuman shrieks echoing through the forest. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, my lungs burning with each breath. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to put as much distance between myself and those things as possible. As I ran, the forest around me seemed to come alive. Roots rose from the ground, trying to trip me. Vines reached out, attempting to ensnare me. It was as if the entire forest was working with the creatures to trap me. The wound on my arm throbbed, the strange root-like patterns now spreading across my chest. Just when I thought I couldn't run any further, I burst through the tree line and found myself at the edge of a cliff. Below, I could see the lights of a small town, civilization, safety. But it was at least 100 feet down, with no clear path to descend. The shrieks were getting closer. I turned to see the creatures emerging from the forest, their glowing eyes fixed on me. I was trapped between them and the cliff. As they advanced, I noticed something peculiar. They were keeping their distance from a particular plant growing near the cliff's edge, a patch of white flowers that seemed to glow in the moonlight. In a desperate move, I lunged for the flowers, grabbing a handful. To my amazement, the creatures recoiled, shrieking in what sounded like pain. Emboldened, I waved the flowers at them, and they retreated further. I had found their weakness, but my relief was short-lived. The ground beneath my feet began to crumble. The cliff edge, weakened by the creature's pursuit and my own weight, was giving way. In a heart-stopping moment, I felt myself falling, the world spinning around me as I plummeted towards the forest below. I crashed through branches, each impact sending waves of pain through my body. By some miracle, the dense foliage slowed my fall. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me, but I was alive. Battered, bruised, but alive. As I lay there, struggling to breathe, I heard the sound of voices and saw flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. Human voices. A search party had been sent out after seeing the flare. I called out weakly, and soon I was surrounded by concerned faces. Park rangers, locals, all looking at me with a mix of relief and confusion. They rushed me to the local hospital, where I spent the next week recovering from my injuries. The doctors were baffled by the root-like patterns on my skin, which faded over time. I tried to tell them about the creatures, about the living forest, but they dismissed it as hallucinations brought on by a toxic plant I must have come into contact with. As I recovered, I learned that Raven's Gorge had a history of strange disappearances and unexplained phenomena. The locals spoke in hushed tones about the forest folk and the dangers of venturing too deep into the woods. Most dismissed these as local legends, but I knew the truth. When I was finally well enough to leave, I found my RV had been towed back to town. Everything was as I had left it, except for a small white flower I found pressed between the pages of my map book. A chilling reminder that what I experienced was all too real. The drive home was a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that somehow a piece of that forest had followed me. When I finally reached my house, I broke down in Emma's arms, the full weight of my experience crashing down on me. In the months that followed, I struggled with nightmares and a newfound fear of the woods. I couldn't bring myself to go camping again, much to my family's confusion. The root-like scars on my arms served as a constant reminder of my ordeal. I've since learned to cope, but I'll never forget what happened at Raven's Gorge. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I swear I can hear distant, inhuman shrieks carried on the wind. And when I look out into my backyard, I can't help but wonder, are the trees watching me? One thing's for certain, I'll never take a solo camping trip again. Some parts of nature, it seems, are better left undisturbed. And some stories, well, some stories are better left untold. But I've told mine now, and I can only hope that it serves as a warning to others who might think to venture into the deep, dark woods alone. Because out there, in the shadows of the ancient trees, something waits. Something that defies explanation. Something that hungers. And if you're not careful, you might just become another legend whispered around campfires on dark nights. I've always believed in the power of nature to heal. It's why I became a park ranger in the first place. There's something about the deep woods that's both calming and grounding. When you spend enough time among the pines, away from the hum of civilization, you start to hear the whispers of the trees, the rustle of life that's so much bigger than anything we experience in our daily grind. But not all whispers are kind. My name is Ethan Winters, and this is my story. A story I've kept buried deep within me for years, afraid that speaking it aloud would somehow make it more real. But the weight of silence has become too heavy to bear, and I find myself compelled to share what happened in Blackwood Forest all those years ago. It was the fall of 2012 when I was stationed in a remote part of northern Vermont, overseeing a section of forest that most folks have never heard of. Blackwood Forest was a place of untamed beauty, with towering hemlocks that blocked out the sun and hidden lakes that only the most determined hikers could find. My post was a small cabin, equipped with a radio, a wood stove, and not much else. That was how I liked it. Simple and isolated. The cabin sat at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by a sea of green that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the mornings, mist would roll in from the nearby lake, shrouding the trees in an ethereal veil. It was peaceful, serene, and for the first few months it felt like paradise. I spent my days patrolling the trails, assisting the occasional lost hiker, and maintaining the delicate balance between preservation and public access. The nights were filled with the soft hooting of owls and the distant howl of coyotes. It was everything I had ever wanted in a job. But as the leaves began to turn and the air grew crisp with the promise of winter, something changed. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable. A feeling of unease that crept in with the evening shadows, a sense that I was being watched even when I knew I was alone. The trouble began when I started hearing about the disappearances. They were just rumors at first. A hiker didn't return to his car. A couple never showed up at the trailhead where they were supposed to meet friends. The local sheriff, a gruff man named Bill Hawkins, chalked it up to poor planning or folks getting lost. But I knew these woods better than anyone. People didn't just vanish around here, not without a trace. It wasn't until I met Sarah Lawson that I started to take the rumors seriously. Sarah was a seasoned hiker, One of those people who could navigate the woods with just a map and a compass. She'd been coming to Blackwood for years, always sticking to the same trails, always signing in at the ranger station before heading out. When Sarah didn't check back in, I knew something was wrong. I was the one who found her camp, or what was left of it. Her tent was still pitched, her gear neatly arranged, but there was no sign of Sarah. No tracks, no sign of a struggle. Nothing. Just the tent flapping in the wind and an uneasy silence that seemed to press down on me from all sides. I radioed Sheriff Hawkins and a search party was assembled. We combed the area for days, but Sarah was gone. It was as if the woods had swallowed her whole. The sheriff eventually called off the search, saying that if Sarah wanted to disappear, these woods would be the place to do it. But I wasn't convinced. Sarah wasn't the kind of person to just walk away from her life. A week later, I found myself sitting in my cabin, staring at the radio, wondering what the hell had happened. That's when the first knock came. It was late, probably close to midnight. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not at that hour. The knock was soft, almost hesitant, like whoever was out there wasn't sure they wanted to be heard. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door, half expecting to see some lost hiker or maybe a deer that had wandered too close to the cabin. But there was no one there. I shone the light around, trying to catch a glimpse of anything unusual, but all I saw were the trees and the dense darkness beyond them. The knock came again, this time from the back of the cabin. I spun around, heart pounding, but when I reached the back door, there was nothing. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. It's one thing to be alone in the woods. It's another to feel like something is watching you, toying with you. I locked the doors and windows, stoked the fire in the stove, and tried to convince myself it was just the wind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Sleep didn't come easy that night. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the events of the past few weeks. The disappearances, the eerie silence in the woods, the knocking. It all felt connected somehow, like pieces of a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. When dawn finally broke, I made a decision. I was going to find out what was happening in Blackwood Forest, no matter what it took. The next morning, I decided to do some investigating of my own. I started by retracing Sarah's steps, trying to piece together what might have happened. The woods were quiet, almost too quiet, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder more than once. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. A clue, a sign, anything that might explain what had happened. It wasn't long before I found the footprints. They were faint, almost imperceptible in the damp earth, but they were there, leading away from Sarah's camp and deeper into the woods. I followed them for what felt like hours, my breath coming in short, shallow bursts as I pushed through the underbrush. The trees closed in around me, their branches scratching at my arms and face, but I kept going. The footprints led to a clearing, one that I hadn't seen before. It was small, barely big enough to be called a clearing at all, with a large flat rock in the center. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of moss and decay. And there, sitting on the rock, was a figure. He was an old man, at least from what I could tell. His clothes were tattered, his hair a wild tangle of white, and his eyes were like nothing I'd ever seen before. They were black, not just dark, but completely devoid of light, like two empty sockets staring back at me. I froze, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. He didn't move, didn't speak, just sat there staring at me with those hollow eyes. "Sarah?" I finally managed to say, though I knew even as the word left my mouth that this wasn't Sarah. The old man didn't respond. He just kept staring, his gaze piercing through me, making me feel like I was being torn apart from the inside. And then, without a word, he stood up and walked into the trees, disappearing into the shadows as if he'd never been there at all. I don't remember how long I stood there, staring at the spot where he'd vanished. My legs felt like they were made of lead, my mind numb with shock. Eventually, I forced myself to move, stumbling back the way I'd come, trying to convince myself that I hadn't just seen what I thought I'd seen. But the nightmares started that night. They were vivid, horrifying dreams that left me drenched in sweat, my heart racing as I jolted awake in the middle of the night. In every dream, the old man was there, watching me with those empty eyes, his presence suffocating, inescapable. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was trying to tell me something important, but the words wouldn't come. I kept to the trails after that, avoiding the deeper parts of the woods where I'd found the footprints. But it didn't matter. The whispers followed me, growing louder, more insistent. The woods, once my sanctuary, had become a place of dread. And then, another hiker went missing. This time it was a young man named Mike Chen, an experienced outdoorsman who'd come to the park for some solitude. He'd been seen on the trails by other hikers, but like Sarah, he never made it back to his car. Sheriff Hawkins organized another search party, and once again, I found myself combing through the woods, this time with a team of volunteers. We found Mike's campsite, just like we'd found Sarah's, untouched, as if he'd simply walked away in the middle of the night. But there was something else this time, something that made my blood run cold. Scratched into the bark of a tree near his tent were words, barely legible, as if they'd been carved in a hurry. He sees you. Sheriff Hawkins dismissed it as a prank, but I knew better. I recognized the handwriting. It was the same jagged, uneven script I'd seen in my dreams, the same message the old man had been trying to convey. That night I didn't go back to the cabin. I couldn't. Instead, I drove into town and booked a room at the only motel I could find. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, staring at the door, waiting for the knock that I knew would come. And it did. It was the same soft, hesitant knock I'd heard before, but this time it was closer, more insistent. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. The knock came again, followed by a low, rasping voice that seemed to echo in my head. You can't hide. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in fear. The knocking eventually stopped, but the voice lingered, whispering in the back of my mind. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, that the stress of the past few weeks had finally gotten to me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I wasn't the only one hearing the whispers. Over the next few days, I started to notice a change in the other rangers. They were on edge, jittery, like they were hearing things too. One of them, a guy named Tom, confided in me that he'd seen something in the woods. A figure, just out of the corner of his eye, watching him from the trees. It's like he's always there, Tom said, his voice trembling. No matter where I go, I can feel him watching. I wanted to tell Tom to get out, to leave the park and never look back. But I couldn't. I was trapped too, caught in a web of fear and uncertainty. The disappearances continued, one after another, and each time Sheriff Hawkins found an excuse, a reason to explain why people were vanishing without a trace. But I knew better. It all came to a head one night, about a month after Sarah disappeared. I was out on patrol, walking the trails as I'd done 1,000 times before, when I heard it. The voice, clear and sharp, cutting through the stillness of the night. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice was faint, distant, but unmistakable. It was Sarah. Without thinking, I plunged into the trees, crashing through the underbrush as I followed the sound. The forest seemed to close in around me, the darkness swallowing the beam of my flashlight. Help me! The voice grew louder, more desperate, and I quickened my pace, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face, the roots that tried to trip me up. I could feel him just ahead, waiting for me. And then, I was there. The clearing was just as I remembered it, the flat rock in the center, the air thick with decay. But this time, the old man wasn't alone. Sarah was there, standing beside him, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with terror. "Help me," she whispered again, her voice barely audible. I took a step forward, but the old man raised a hand, stopping me in my tracks. His eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. He was smiling, a twisted, cruel smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "You can't save her," the old man said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "She's mine now." I wanted to move, to do something, anything, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. The old man took a step forward, his smile widening, and I realized with a sickening jolt that he wasn't old at all. His skin was smooth, his hair dark and glossy, his eyes. Those eyes were alive with malice. He reached out, his hand hovering just inches from my face, and I felt a coldness seep into my bones, a coldness that threatened to consume me. "You're next," he whispered, his breath like ice on my skin. And then he was gone. Sarah with him. I don't remember how I got out of the woods that night. The next thing I knew, I was back in my cabin, the door locked, the windows boarded up. The nightmares came every night after that, each one worse than the last, until I could barely tell where the dreams ended and reality began. I quit the job a few days later, packed up my things, and left without a word to anyone. I couldn't stay, not after what I'd seen, not after what I knew was still out there, waiting. I moved to the city, tried to start a new life, but the whispers followed me. They're always there, just at the edge of my hearing, reminding me that I'll never be free. I've tried to forget, tried to convince myself that it was all just a bad dream, but I can't. Because every night I see his face, those empty eyes staring back at me, and I know that one day he'll come for me too. And when he does, there'll be no one left to tell my story. But maybe, just maybe, by writing this down, by sharing what happened in Blackwood Forest, I can warn others. Keep them away from that cursed place. Because the whispers are real, and they're waiting for anyone who dares to listen. So if you ever find yourself in the deep woods and you hear a whisper on the wind or see a figure just out of the corner of your eye, don't stop. Don't listen. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because in Blackwood Forest, the trees have eyes and the shadows have teeth. And they're always hungry for more. It's been years since I left Blackwood Forest, but the memories still haunt me. I've tried to move on, to build a new life, but the whispers never truly fade. They're there in the rustle of leaves on a windy day, in the creak of floorboards in the middle of the night. I've done my research since then, digging into the history of Blackwood Forest. What I found chilled me to the bone. The disappearances go back decades, maybe even centuries. Native American legends speak of a dark spirit that dwells in the woods, a being that feeds on fear and despair. I've reached out to others who've had similar experiences, people who've encountered the entity in different forests across the country. We're few and far between, and most are reluctant to speak about what they've seen. But the pattern is clear. Something ancient and malevolent is out there, moving from forest to forest, leaving a trail of vanished souls in its wake. Sometimes late at night I think I see him. A glimpse of that ageless face in a passing reflection. Those hollow eyes staring back at me from the shadows. And I wonder, did I ever really escape? Or am I just living on borrowed time, waiting for the day when he decides to claim me for good? I don't know if anyone will believe this story. Hell, there are days when I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw in Blackwood Forest. I know what's out there, waiting in the dark. So this is my warning to you, dear reader. The next time you're in the woods and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense that you're being watched, trust your instincts. Because in the deepest, darkest parts of the forest, where the sunlight never quite reaches the ground, there are things that defy explanation, things that hunger, things that wait, and they're always listening for the next unwary soul to wander into their domain. Stay safe. Stay vigilant. And whatever you do, don't listen to the whispers. Because once you do, it might already be too late. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to tell a horror story. Before that summer at Cedar Creek Camp, my life was almost comically ordinary. My name is Richard Brown, and back in 2015, I was just another 28-year-old freelance graphic designer in New Orleans, spending my days crafting logos and websites for small businesses while dreaming of bigger things. Nature had always been my escape. Growing up in Louisiana, I'd spent countless weekends exploring the bayous with my dad, learning to read the water and weather, understanding the subtle language of the wilderness. As an adult, hiking became my meditation. Whenever a project deadline left me stressed or client revisions piled up, I'd drive out to the state parks, lose myself in the trails, and come back renewed. That's probably why Travis's suggestion about the summer camp caught my attention. Travis Henderson had been my best friend since college. A lanky, perpetually optimistic social worker with a talent for convincing people to step outside their comfort zones. We'd met in a programming class where neither of us belonged, bonding over our mutual confusion and eventually dropping the course together. He had this way of making terrible ideas sound perfectly reasonable, which is exactly what happened when he pitched the idea of volunteering at Cedar Creek. "Come on, Rich," he'd said over beers at our usual spot, the Rusty Nail. "A week in the Ozarks, fresh air, no screens, no clients. Maya's already on board." Maya Chen, his girlfriend of 2 years, was an elementary school teacher with endless patience and a dry sense of humor that balanced Travis's enthusiastic optimism. They were perfect together, and I'd grown to consider her as much a friend as Travis. "I did it last summer," Travis continued, "and it was incredible. The kids are great, the scenery is beautiful, and Mr. Caldwell, the camp director, he's like this wise old mountain man who knows everything about the forest." He took a sip of his beer, grinning. "Plus, you've been talking about wanting to explore Arkansas." He wasn't wrong. I'd never been to Arkansas, and the idea of spending a week in the Ozarks had its appeal. My current project was wrapping up, and the summer heat in New Orleans was becoming unbearable. Maybe a change of scenery was exactly what I needed. "What would we actually be doing?" I asked, already knowing I was going to say yes. "Basic counselor stuff. Leading hikes, supervising activities, teaching some outdoor skills. Nothing too crazy." Travis leaned back, victory written all over his face. "Maya's handling the arts and crafts. You could do nature photography with the kids. Put those fancy camera skills to use." A week later, we were packed into Travis's ancient Jeep Cherokee, heading north on I-55. The vehicle's air conditioning barely worked, but the windows-down drive through the Mississippi Delta and into the Ozark foothills felt like the beginning of an adventure. Maya had made a playlist of classic road trip songs, and Travis kept us entertained with increasingly implausible stories about his previous summer at the camp. None of us could have known that this would be the last normal moment we'd share. That in just a few days, our simple summer adventure would transform into something dark and terrifying. That we'd find ourselves caught up in a mystery that would haunt us long after we left Cedar Creek behind. Looking back now, I can see the signs we missed. The way Mr. Caldwell's smile never quite reached his eyes when he greeted us. The strange silence that fell over the forest at night. The warnings written in the nervous glances exchanged by the local staff. But hindsight has a way of making everything clearer, doesn't it? In the moment, we were just 3 friends starting what we thought would be a fun week away from the city. I've told this story a few times since then, usually late at night, usually after a few drinks when someone asks about the worst thing I've ever experienced. Each time, I see the same skepticism in their eyes that I would have had before that summer. But I tell it anyway because people need to know that sometimes the strangest, most terrifying things happen in the most ordinary places. That evil can wear a friendly face, and that the darkness doesn't always hide in the shadows. Sometimes it walks right beside us in broad daylight. This is the story of what happened at Cedar Creek Camp in the summer of 2015. Some of the names have been changed to protect privacy, and there are parts I still struggle to explain. But every word is true. I know, because I lived it. And not a day goes by that I don't think about those kids, that cabin, and the horrible secrets we uncovered in the woods. Cedar Creek Camp sat nestled in a valley between two ridges of the Ozark Mountains, about 30 miles from the nearest town of any size. From the moment we pulled into the gravel parking lot, I could tell this place was different from the summer camps I'd seen in movies. There were no cheerful welcome banners, no crowds of excited kids running around. Instead, a heavy stillness hung in the air, broken only by the sound of wind in the tall pines and the distant call of birds I couldn't identify. Mr. Caldwell met us at the main lodge, a sprawling log building that looked like it had been standing since the Great Depression. He was tall and lean, with weather-beaten skin and eyes that seemed to catch every detail. The limp in his walk suggested an old injury, but he moved with the deliberate grace of someone who knew every inch of these grounds. "Welcome to Cedar Creek," he said, his handshake firm but quick. "Travis, good to have you back. And you must be Richard and Maya." He gestured toward the lodge. "Let's get you settled in. Orientation starts in an hour." The inside of the lodge was cool and dim, with mounted deer heads on the walls and a massive stone fireplace dominating one end of the main room. As Mr. Caldwell led us through the building, pointing out the dining hall, infirmary, and staff quarters, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way his voice tightened when he mentioned certain areas of the camp, or how he kept glancing out the windows at the surrounding forest. During orientation, we met the other counselors. Sarah, a college student studying biology, Mike and Jenny, a married couple who'd been working at the camp for 3 summers, and David, a quiet guy about my age who taught high school science during the year. They all seemed friendly enough, but I noticed they avoided talking about anything that had happened at the camp before this summer. The next few days were filled with training sessions on everything from first aid to camp protocols. Mr. Caldwell was particularly emphatic about the buddy system. No one, not even staff, was to go anywhere alone. "The forest can be disorienting," he explained. "People have gotten lost out there." Something in his tone made me wonder if he was talking about more than just temporary disorientation. We learned about the camp's history, or at least the sanitized version Mr. Caldwell shared. Cedar Creek had opened in the 1960s as a traditional summer camp, closed for a few years in the mid-70s for renovations, and reopened under Mr. Caldwell's leadership in the early 1980s. When Travis tried to ask about the closure, Mr. Caldwell smoothly changed the subject. The kids were due to arrive on Sunday, giving us 2 more days to prepare. I spent that time exploring the grounds with Travis and Maya, getting to know the trails we'd be using, and setting up the photography equipment I'd brought for my activities. The camp was beautiful in a wild, untamed way. Ancient oaks and pines towered overhead, their branches creating a canopy that turned the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. A creek, the camp's namesake, wound through the property, its clear water flowing over rocks worn smooth by time. But even then, there were moments that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Times when the birdsong would suddenly stop, leaving an unnatural silence in its wake. Places where the undergrowth seemed too thick, too dark, hiding whatever lay beyond from view. Once, while checking out the hiking trails, I could have sworn I saw movement in the trees, something large and quick, gone before I could focus on it. "Did you see that?" I asked Travis, but he was busy consulting the trail map. "See what?" I shook my head. "Nothing. Just shadows, probably." Maya gave me a strange look. "You know, some of the local kids say these woods are haunted. Old Cherokee burial grounds or something." Travis laughed. "Every forest in America is supposedly built on burial grounds. It's just stories to scare the campers." But I noticed Maya didn't laugh with him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around herself, as if suddenly cold, despite the summer heat. The night before the kids arrived, we had a final staff meeting in the lodge. Mr. Caldwell went over the week's schedule one last time, emphasizing safety procedures and emergency protocols. As he spoke, a storm rolled in from the mountains, thunder echoing off the ridges. "One last thing," he said, his voice barely audible over the rain now hammering the roof. "If any of you notice anything unusual during your time here, anything that doesn't feel right, you come to me immediately. Don't investigate on your own. Don't mention it to the kids. Just come to me." We all nodded, though I saw Travis and Maya exchange a look. Later, as we walked back to our cabins through the rain, Travis pulled me aside. "Look, there's something I should tell you about this place," he started. But before he could continue, a massive thunderclap shook the ground, and all the lights in the camp went out at once. In that moment of total darkness, I heard something moving in the woods beyond the cabins. Something big. And then, just at the edge of hearing, what sounded like children laughing. But that was impossible. The kids weren't arriving until tomorrow. The next morning dawned clear and humid, the storm's only remnants being puddles that dotted the grounds and a lingering heaviness in the air. The kids arrived in waves, yellow buses winding up the gravel road, disgorging excited children into the organized chaos of check-in. Among them was Ethan Walker, a quiet 12-year-old with watchful eyes, and a worn paperback tucked into his back pocket. I was assigned to Cabin 7, which included Ethan and 5 other boys around his age. During the first few days, we fell into a rhythm. Mornings were filled with activities. My photography sessions, Maya's crafts, swimming in the lake under Jenny's supervision. The kids seemed to be having fun, though I noticed Ethan often hung back from the group, watching the tree line with an intensity that seemed beyond his years. The 4th day started like any other. After breakfast, Travis and I were scheduled to lead a hike to Cedar Falls, one of the camp's highlights. The trail wound through old-growth forest, following the creek upstream to where it cascaded over a series of rocky shelves. It was supposed to be a simple 4-hour round trip. We gathered our group, 12 kids, including Ethan and a girl named Lily Martinez, who'd become something of a leader among the younger campers. The morning was unusually still, the forest quiet except for the occasional distant woodpecker. As we started up the trail, I noticed Mr. Caldwell watching us from the lodge porch, his face tight with worry. The first mile was easygoing. Travis led the way, keeping the kids entertained with jokes and trail facts. I brought up the rear, making sure no one fell behind. The forest around us was beautiful but oppressive, ancient trees crowding out the sky, their branches intertwining overhead to create a green twilight even at midday. About halfway to the falls, Ethan dropped back to walk beside me. "Mr. Brown," he said quietly, "did you hear about the missing kids?" "What missing kids?" I asked, though something in his tone made my stomach tighten. "From before, in the 70s. He glanced around before continuing. "My dad was a camper here back then. He said 3 kids disappeared in these woods. They never found them." Before I could respond, Travis called out from ahead, "Keep up, guys. Falls are just around the bend." But when we reached the spot where the falls should have been, Travis stopped short. Instead of following the main trail, he was studying a narrow path that branched off to the right, disappearing into a particularly dense section of forest. "That's weird," he muttered. "This wasn't here last summer." Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe something else was guiding us, but we decided to explore the new trail. It was rougher than the main path, barely more than a game trail winding between the trees. The air grew noticeably colder as we walked, and the forest sounds seemed to fade away until all we could hear was our own breathing and footsteps. After about 10 minutes, the trail opened into a small clearing. In the center stood the remains of an old cabin, its roof partially collapsed, windows dark and empty. But it was what lay scattered around the cabin that made my blood run cold. Dozens of small items spread across the ground. A faded baseball cap, A single tennis shoe. A friendship bracelet like the ones Maya had been teaching the kids to make. "Mr. Brown?" Lily's voice was barely a whisper. "These look like—" "Everyone back to the main trail," Travis ordered, his usual cheerfulness gone. "Now." But as we turned to leave, I saw Ethan staring at something near the cabin's foundation. Before I could stop him, he walked over and picked up a small object. It was a book, the same paperback he'd been carrying when he arrived at camp, but this copy was weathered and aged, its pages yellow with time. "That's impossible," Ethan said, his voice shaking. "This is my book, but it looks—" A twig snapped in the forest behind us, and every head turned toward the sound. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. It was roughly human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions subtly distorted. For a moment, it remained perfectly still, as if studying us. Then it moved. What happened next was chaos. The kids scattered, screaming. Travis shouted for them to stay together, but panic had already taken hold. I grabbed Ethan and Lily, the two nearest to me, and pushed them toward what I hoped was the direction of the main trail. We ran blindly through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces. Behind us, I could hear something moving through the forest, not crashing or rushing, but moving with a terrible purpose, as if it knew exactly where we were going and was simply waiting for us to tire. "The cabin!" Ethan gasped between breaths. "The old cabin by the lake. We can hide there." It was better than running aimlessly. We changed direction, Ethan somehow seeming to know the way despite the confusion. The thing in the forest changed direction with us, matching our new course with eerie precision. When we finally broke through the trees at the lake's edge, I saw the cabin Ethan had mentioned, the same one Travis had talked about earlier. It looked abandoned, but right then, any shelter seemed better than being in the open. We burst through the door and I slammed it behind us, for all the good that would do. The cabin's interior was a single room, dusty and cold despite the summer heat outside. But what caught my attention was the trap door in the floor, partially hidden under an old rug. We had barely caught our breath when we heard it. A soft scratching at the cabin walls, moving slowly around the perimeter. Lily whimpered, and I pulled both kids close, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. The scratching stopped at the door. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the door began to open, slowly, revealing the thing that had chased us. In the dim light filtering through the cabin's grimy windows, I could finally see it clearly. It wore the shape of a man, but like a costume that didn't quite fit. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in impossible ways. Its face was smooth and featureless except for eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. But what struck me most was its stillness. Even as it stood there blocking our only exit, it remained unnaturally motionless, as if it were a photograph of movement rather than movement itself. Then Ethan did something I'll never forget. He stepped forward, holding out the weathered copy of his book like a shield. "You took them, didn't you?" His voice was surprisingly steady. "The other kids. The ones like me." The creature's head tilted at an angle that made my stomach turn. When it spoke, its voice was like dry leaves scratching against stone. "They were lonely, like you. I gave them a home." "No," Ethan said. "You took them from their homes, like you were going to take me." The thing moved then, faster than seemed possible, reaching for Ethan with fingers that were too long, too sharp. But before it could touch him, the trapdoor burst open. Mr. Caldwell emerged from below, holding what looked like an ancient rifle. Behind him came Travis and Maya, both looking terrified but determined. The creature whirled toward them with that same impossible speed. "Not this time," Mr. Caldwell said, and fired. The shot seemed to echo forever in the confined space of the cabin. The creature jerked backward, more in surprise than pain, I think. Then it began to change, its form rippling like heat waves over asphalt. The air filled with a high-pitched keening sound that made my teeth ache. "The symbols!" Mr. Caldwell shouted. Maya, now! Maya began chanting something in a language I didn't recognize, while Travis rushed forward to grab Ethan and Lily. Through the windows, I could see strange lights beginning to dance in the forest, weaving between the trees like fireflies. The creature was becoming less solid now, its edges blurring into the shadows. It reached out one last time, those two long fingers stretching toward Ethan, but Maya's chanting reached a crescendo, and suddenly the cabin was filled with a blinding light. When my vision cleared, the creature was gone. The cabin was silent except for our heavy breathing and the distant sound of sirens. The official story was that a former counselor had been living in the woods, trying to abduct children. The police found evidence in the underground room beneath the cabin. Old photographs, personal items taken from previous victims, detailed plans for future abductions. They said we were lucky to have stopped him before he could take any more kids. But we knew the truth. We had seen something that didn't fit into any rational explanation, something that had been haunting Cedar Creek for decades. Mr. Caldwell finally told us the full story, about how he'd lost his own brother to the creature in 1974, how he'd spent years researching the old legends and protective symbols that could ward it off, how he'd reopened the camp hoping to prevent more disappearances. The camp closed permanently after that summer. The official reason was structural problems with the buildings, but those of us who were there knew better. Sometimes late at night, I still dream about that clearing in the woods, about the thing that wore a human shape like an ill-fitting suit, about the look in Ethan's eyes when he confronted it. I've stayed in touch with Travis and Maya over the years. They got married last spring, though neither of them can look at forests the same way anymore. Maya threw herself into researching similar incidents across the country. There are more than you'd think, if you know where to look. Ethan writes to me sometimes. He's in college now, studying folklore and anthropology. His experiences at Cedar Creek shaped him, but not in the way the creature intended. He's determined to understand what happened, to prevent it from happening to others. As for me, I moved away from New Orleans, took a job in Chicago, where the most dangerous thing I have to worry about is rush hour traffic. But every summer, when the days grow long and the shadows deep, I think about Cedar Creek. About the things that hide in the dark places of the world, wearing faces that almost look human. Last month, I received a package from Mr. Caldwell. Inside was Ethan's weathered paperback, the one we found in the clearing. With it was a note. Some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed. I keep the book locked in a drawer now, but sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear pages turning. And in my dreams, I still see those eyes that swallowed light. Still hear that voice like dead leaves whispering about loneliness and belonging. The creature at Cedar Creek taught me something important. Not all monsters hide in shadows. Sometimes they stand in plain sight, wearing shapes we almost recognize, speaking words we almost understand. And sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't the monster itself, but the realization that part of you understands why lonely children might follow it into the dark. I don't go hiking anymore. The trails hold too many memories, too many shadows that might not be shadows at all. But I keep that book as a reminder of what we discovered in those woods, of the fine line between reality and nightmare, and of the stories we tell ourselves about what really lives in the dark places of the world. Because sometimes the strangest, most terrifying stories are the ones that are true. I never wanted to be the guy with the crazy story. You know the type. The one at parties who corners you with wild tales that couldn't possibly be true. But here I am, 38 years later, still haunted by what happened in those woods. My hands shake every time I tell this story, but it needs to be told. Maybe then someone else can avoid what I experienced. I wasn't always like this, jumping at shadows and checking locks twice before bed. Back in '86, I was your typical Chicago advertising executive, climbing the corporate ladder with the rest of them. Worked at Jensen and Mills, one of those agencies where creativity meant finding new ways to sell toothpaste. I had a comfortable life, a downtown apartment, season tickets to Cubs games, and enough disposable income to fund my real passion, hiking and nature photography. That's what really got me through those endless client meetings and late nights at the office, planning my next wilderness adventure. I'd been an outdoorsman since I was a kid, learning the basics from my father on camping trips in Wisconsin. By my 30s, I'd hiked most of the major trails in the Midwest and was always looking for more remote, challenging locations. I had a well-worn copy of America's Hidden Trails that I'd mark up with possible destinations, dreaming of places where you could still find true solitude. My friends thought I was crazy. Why camp when you can afford hotels? They'd ask. But there was something about being out there, away from the artificial light and concrete, that made me feel alive. I'd made quite a few friends on the trails over the years. Other solo hikers who understood the call of the wild. We'd swap stories around campfires, share trail maps, and warn each other about dangerous spots. Those connections, brief as they were, felt more real than any networking event in Chicago. But by June 1986, the stress was getting to me. Our agency had landed a major automotive account, and my boss, Richard Kenner, was writing me hard about deadlines. Kenner was one of those micromanagers who'd send memos at 3 a.m. and expect immediate responses. After 3 months of 7-day weeks and missed social events, I was burning out. The final straw came when he killed my best campaign concept in front of the entire creative team. That night, I went home and started planning my escape. I needed somewhere off the grid, away from fax machines and phone calls. Looking through my trail guides, I found a mention of Kelly Creek in northern Idaho. The book described it as a pristine fishing stream in the heart of the Clearwater National Forest, accessible only by dirt roads and seldom visited. Perfect. I had 2 weeks of vacation saved up, and my old RV, a '78 Winnebago Brave with wood paneling and questionable gas mileage, was ready for another adventure. I told Kenner I was taking time off for a family emergency. He wasn't happy, but I didn't care anymore. I needed this break. What I didn't know then was that this wouldn't be the relaxing retreat I'd planned. Instead, it would become the beginning of a nightmare that would follow me for the rest of my life. The drive from Chicago to Idaho took 3 days. I took my time, enjoying the gradual transition from flat Midwestern farmland to the rugged terrain of the Mountain West. My RV might have been old, but it was comfortable. I'd modified it for extended trips, adding solar panels and a better water filtration system. The back was loaded with everything I thought I'd need: my fishing gear, hiking equipment, enough food for 2 weeks, and emergency supplies. I'd done my research on Kelly Creek. The area was known for its cutthroat trout, and the remote location meant the fish hadn't been pressured much by other anglers. The guidebook warned about the rough access road and mentioned there were no facilities, just primitive camping spots along the creek. It also noted that black bears were common in the area, so I made sure to pack bear spray and a bear-proof food container. What the guidebook didn't mention was the local legends. I learned about those later in the Pierce Sheriff's Office when it was already too late. The locals had stories about that part of the forest, stories about hunters who went missing and hikers who came back changed. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I arrived at Kelly Creek on June 14, 1986. The access road was worse than I expected. 5 miles of rutted dirt that had my RV creaking in protest. But when I finally reached the creek, I knew the drive had been worth it. The water was crystal clear, flowing through a valley flanked by dense pine forest. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks still holding patches of snow. The air smelled of pine needles and wild mint. I found a good spot to park the RV, about 50 yards from the creek. There was a flat area for a campfire and enough room to set up my chair and fishing gear. As I was getting settled, I noticed another RV further downstream, an older model than mine, with faded blue stripes along the side. I wasn't disappointed to have company. In places this remote, It was actually comforting to know there was another person around if something went wrong. That's when I met Mark Hadley. He walked up as I was unpacking, carrying 2 beers and wearing a friendly smile. He was older than me, probably in his late 40s, with gray starting to show in his beard. His golden retriever, Max, trotted alongside him, tail wagging. Mark offered me a beer and introduced himself as a regular visitor to Kelly Creek. He had a cabin a few miles away but preferred camping by the water during the summer months. We sat and talked as the sun set behind the mountains. Mark was easy to talk to, the kind of person who makes you feel like you've known them for years. We discussed fishing spots, compared notes on our favorite trails, and commiserated about the sorry state of the Cubs that season. Max lay at our feet, occasionally lifting his head when he heard something moving in the brush. Looking back now, I wish I'd paid more attention to Max's behavior that first evening. Dogs have better instincts than we do, and Max seemed unusually alert, his ears constantly twitching toward the dark tree line. But I was too caught up in the conversation and the beer to notice. Mark told me about the best fishing spots upstream, and we made plans to try them out the next day. As night fell and the temperature dropped, we said our goodnights. I watched Mark and Max head back to their campsite, their figures gradually swallowed by the darkness. The creek's gentle burbling and the occasional hoot of an owl were the only sounds. It felt peaceful then. God, how quickly that would change. The next few days fell into a pleasant routine. I'd wake up early, make coffee on my portable stove, and head to the creek with my fishing gear. Mark would usually join me, and we'd spend the morning trying different spots along the water. He knew what he was talking about. Following his advice, I caught several beautiful cutthroat trout, including one that must have been at least 18 inches long. The landscape was stunning in the morning light. Mist would rise from the creek, creating ethereal shapes that danced between the trees. The forest was thick with lodgepole pines and western red cedars, their branches creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting patterns on the ground. Wild columbines and Indian paintbrush added splashes of color to the undergrowth. We'd break for lunch, sharing stories and trading fishing tips. Mark had been coming to Kelly Creek for over 20 years, and he knew every bend in the stream. He told me about the changes he'd seen, how the forest fires in '67 had altered the landscape, and how the fish populations had recovered after some bad years in the '70s. But there were times when he'd get quiet, especially when talking about the deeper parts of the forest. I noticed other things too, small details that didn't seem significant at the time. Max never wandered far from Mark, which was unusual for a retriever. And sometimes, while we were fishing, the dog would suddenly stop and stare into the trees, his hackles rising slightly. Mark would call him back, and the moment would pass. But there was tension in those moments that I couldn't explain. On our 4th day there, we decided to explore one of the tributary streams that fed into Kelly Creek. Mark knew of a series of pools about a mile upstream that he said held some monster trout. The trail was faint, clearly not used much, and we had to push through thick undergrowth in places. The forest felt different here, darker, more primitive somehow. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to block most of the sunlight. As we hiked, I started noticing things that seemed off. There were areas where the vegetation had been crushed, as if something large had moved through recently. We found scratches on some of the trees, too high up to have been made by a bear. Mark saw me looking at them and quickly suggested we try a different spot, but I caught the worry in his voice. The atmosphere had changed. The friendly banter that had marked our previous days was replaced by long stretches of silence, broken only by the sound of our boots on the trail and Max's panting. The air felt heavier, more oppressive, and there was a smell I couldn't quite identify, something musty and organic, like rotting vegetation, but with an underlying sweetness that made my stomach turn. We reached the pools Mark had mentioned, but neither of us felt much like fishing anymore. The water was dark and still, reflecting the twisted branches overhead like a black mirror. Max stayed close to Mark's legs, occasionally whining softly. We made some half-hearted attempts to cast our lines, but our hearts weren't in it. Something about this place felt wrong. That's when we heard it. A sound that didn't belong in these woods. It was like a cross between a wolf's howl and something else. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the trees. Max began to growl, a low, continuous sound I hadn't heard from him before. Mark's face had gone pale. "We should head back," he said quietly, already reeling in his line. I didn't argue. We packed up quickly, our movements jerky and rushed. The sound came again, closer this time, and Max's growl turned into a whimper. We practically ran back down the trail, no longer caring about the branches that whipped at our faces or the roots that threatened to trip us. By the time we reached our campsite, the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees. We built a fire larger than usual that night, and neither of us strayed far from its light. Our conversation was sporadic and tense, both of us trying to pretend we hadn't experienced what we had. Mark kept glancing into the darkness beyond the firelight, and Max stayed pressed against his leg, trembling slightly. That night, in my RV, I lay awake listening to the sounds of the forest. The usual nighttime noises, crickets, owls, the rustle of small animals, seemed somehow wrong, as if they were being performed by something trying to imitate natural sounds but not quite getting it right. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the isolation was getting to me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something out there was watching, waiting. I didn't know it then, but this was just the beginning. The real horror was still to come, and nothing, not my years of outdoor experience, not Mark's knowledge of the area, not even Max's protective instincts, would be enough to save us from what lurked in those woods. The next day started normally enough, but there was an undercurrent of tension neither of us could shake. Mark suggested we stick close to camp, focus on fishing the main creek. I agreed, relieved he didn't want to venture back to those dark pools. We spent the morning catching a few smaller trout, our conversations sparse and distracted. Around mid-afternoon, I decided to gather more firewood. The day was warm, but we'd been burning through our supply quickly, keeping the fires bigger and burning longer into the night. I stayed within sight of the creek, working my way along the tree line. That's when I found the first sign that something was seriously wrong. It was a deer carcass, or what was left of one. I've seen plenty of animal kills in my years of hiking. Bears, mountain lions, wolves. But this was different. The carcass wasn't just torn apart. It was arranged. The bones had been carefully positioned in a pattern I couldn't quite comprehend, like some twisted art installation. The skull was missing, but the spine and ribs formed a spiral pattern on the forest floor. There was no scent of decay, despite the obvious age of the bones, and no signs of scavengers. I called Mark over. He took one look at the arrangement and turned away, his face ashen. "We need to leave," he said quietly. "Both of us. Today." But before we could discuss it further, Max started barking frantically from back at the campsite. We ran back, abandoning the firewood. The campsite had been ransacked. But not in the way bears sometimes tear through camps looking for food. This was methodical. Everything had been removed from both RVs and arranged in geometric patterns on the ground. Our food, clothes, fishing gear, all laid out in concentric circles. In the center was Mark's family photo, taken from inside his RV, torn into precise triangular pieces. We should have left right then. Should have jumped in our RVs and never looked back. But Mark's satellite radio was missing, the only way to call for help this far out, and he was convinced it must be somewhere in the arranged items. As we searched through our scattered belongings, the sun began to set, far too quickly for mid-afternoon. That's when we started hearing the whispers. They seemed to come from just behind the trees, voices speaking in a language that sounded almost familiar but wasn't quite right. Max's barking had turned to whimpers, and he pressed himself against Mark's legs, trembling. We saw the first shadow figure dart between the trees, tall and impossibly thin, moving with a jerky, insect-like motion. Then another, and another. They stayed just at the edge of our vision, never quite fully visible. The whispers grew louder, and I began to make out words in English scattered among the strange language. Hungry, and stay, and forever. Mark grabbed his rifle from the scattered gear, and I found my flashlight. The shadows were getting closer, more bold. They left strange footprints in the dirt. Not animal tracks, not human prints, but something that seemed to change shape between glimpses. The attack, when it came, was swift and terrible. One moment we were standing back to back, scanning the tree line, and the next, the thing was among us. I got my first clear look at it, and my mind still struggles to process what I saw. It was tall, at least 9 feet, with limbs that bent in too many places. Its skin was a patchwork of bark-like plates and something that looked like stretched leather. The head was the worst part. A crown of antlers sprouted from a face that seemed to shift between human and animal features, never settling on one form. Max lunged at the creature, his loyal nature overcoming his fear. The thing moved with impossible speed, swatting the dog aside like a toy. Mark fired his rifle, the sound deafening in the confined space. The creature screamed, a sound that made my teeth vibrate and my vision blur, but it didn't fall. Instead, it seemed to grow larger, feeding off the violence. "Run!" Mark shouted, reloading. "Get to your RV! Go!" I hesitated for a split second, and that hesitation haunts me. In that moment, the creature struck, its arm elongating like a whip, claws extending. Mark was lifted off his feet, still firing. The rifle's muzzle flash illuminated the scene in strobing bursts. Mark struggling, the creature's face splitting into what might have been a smile, Max lying motionless on the ground. I ran. God help me, I ran. Behind me, Mark's screams turned into something else, something that didn't sound human anymore. I reached my RV, fumbled with the keys, practically fell inside. The engine started on the first try, the only piece of luck I had that day. As I threw it into reverse, I saw the creature standing in my headlights. It still held something that might have been Mark, but I couldn't look too closely. Its face seemed to be trying to mirror my own expression of terror, like a child learning about emotions. I drove backward until I hit a tree, then threw the RV into drive and floored it. The access road was a nightmare of ruts and washouts, but I barely noticed. Branches whipped against the windows, and something kept pace with me in the darkness beside the road. I drove all the way to Pierce without stopping, without looking back. The sheriff's office was an old brick building on the town's main street. I burst in, babbling about monsters and missing people. Sheriff Richards was a solid, grounding presence. He listened without interruption, then gathered a search party. By the time we got back to Kelly Creek, dawn was breaking. The official report listed it as an animal attack. They found Mark's body, what was left of it, and poor Max. The RV was still there, but all our scattered belongings had vanished. The deer skeleton was gone too, leaving no evidence of the strangeness I'd witnessed. They found tracks, but the official explanation was unidentified large predator, possibly grizzly. I stayed in Pierce for a week while they investigated. The locals were kind but distant. Some of them wanted to talk, late at night at the town's only bar. They had stories, generations of stories about things in those woods. About how the original logging operations in the area had stopped after entire crews vanished. About hunters who came back changed, if they came back at all. The nightmares started immediately and never really stopped. I'd wake up screaming, convinced that stretched leather face was peering in my window. I moved out of my Chicago apartment because the fire escape outside my window cast shadows that looked like elongated limbs. I couldn't handle being alone in natural settings anymore, which meant giving up the hiking and camping I'd loved. I became obsessed with researching similar incidents. I found patterns, stories scattered across the Northwest about impossible creatures, about missing hikers and arranged bones. I talked to cryptozoologists, folklore experts, even a professor of Norse mythology who had interesting theories about entities called Jotun, giants that could change their shape. 5 years after my experience, I got a letter from Mark's daughter. She'd been going through his cabin and found his journals. He'd been studying the thing in the woods for years, documenting its patterns, its hunting grounds. He knew what it was, but couldn't stay away. The last entry, dated the day before I met him, read, "It's changing its tactics, learning, adapting. God help anyone it decides to study." 38 years have passed since that night at Kelly Creek. I'm an old man now, retired from advertising, living in a small apartment in Seattle. I still can't sleep without lights on, still jump at unexpected shadows. I've been in therapy, tried medication, moved across the country, but I can't escape the memory of what I saw. I'm writing this now because I've been diagnosed with terminal cancer. I've got maybe 6 months left, and I need people to know the truth. Last week I received a package. No return address, no note. Inside was Mark's torn family photo, the pieces arranged in exactly the same pattern as that day in the woods. Sometimes, late at night, I think about what Mark wrote, about the creature learning, studying. I wonder if it let me escape that night, if it wanted a witness, someone to spread the story, to attract more curious souls to its hunting ground. And I wonder, looking at that photo, if it's finally finished studying me. So this is my warning. Stay away from Kelly Creek. If you're hiking in the northern forests and you find bones arranged in patterns, run. And if you meet a friendly stranger in the woods, someone who seems to know the area well and wants to show you the hidden places, remember Mark Hadley. Remember that some things in this world are ancient and patient, and they're learning our ways. They're always learning.